2022 meeting of the Environmental Planning Commission of the City of Mountain View at 7:02 p.m. This evening, we will have translation services in Spanish and Chinese for items 5.1 and 6.1. Zoom translator functions identified as a globe is located in the bottom of your Zoom screen. Please click the globe and select the language you prefer, English, Spanish, or Chinese. If you do nothing, you will hear English deliberation, but you will not be able to hear English translation or of Spanish Chinese speaker comments. Please welcome Anna Jimenez and Ivy Hu, who will provide translation services tonight. Anna, I will turn it over to you to provide Spanish language instructions on how to set up the interpretation function.
Muy buenas noches, gracias por estar con nosotros esta tarde. La interpretación en español estará disponible. Sigue las indicaciones en la pantalla de Zoom para obtener interpretación y seleccione el idioma que corresponda. Seleccione el icono de la interpretación con un globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla y seleccione el idioma español. Gracias.
IVU.
大家好，今晚我们将为项目议程 5.1 和 6.1 提供西班牙文和中文的翻译服务。Zoom 翻译功能标识为地球仪，位于屏幕的底部，请单击地球的标志，并选择您喜欢的语言，英语或者西班牙语或者中文。如果您什么都不做的话，您会听到英文，但您将听不到西班牙语或中文公众评论的英文翻译。谢谢。
Thank you both. During this declared state of emergency, the meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code 54953E, as authorized by a resolution of the City Council. Please contact the City Clerk at mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the EPC are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted in the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral comments during the public comment periods of any item and may join the Zoom webinar at mountainview.gov/meeting. The webinar ID is 860-6620-7645. Emails and voice messages received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the EPC. We'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Abatabi, can you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Sorry.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Haymeyer?
Here.
Commissioner Nunez?
Here.
Vice Chair Yin?
Here.
Chair Cranston?
Here.
Okay, all commissioners are present.
Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is the meeting minutes, the approval of the Environmental Planning Commission minutes from the January 19th, 2022 meeting. First, we'll take EPC discussion. Any feedback from commissioners on the meeting minutes? Seeing none. We'll open up for public comment. Would any member of the public like to comment on this line item? If you'd like to, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. The EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Mr. Abatalbe, do we have anyone wishing to speak on the meeting minutes?
Chair Cranston, there do not appear to be any members of the public wishing to speak on the meeting minutes.
Okay. We will bring it back to the commission. Do I have a motion then to approve the minutes from the January 19th meeting? Ready?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Gutierrez has moved, and Commissioner Yin?
I will second the motion.
Mr. Abatalbe, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir. For minutes, Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez,
Aye.
Commissioner Haymeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Nunez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin,
Aye.
Chair Cranston.
Aye.
All commissioners voted aye.
Item 4 on our agenda this evening is oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address items that are not on the agenda this evening. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the Commission from acting on a non-agendized item. Would any member of the public on the line like to speak on an item that is not an agenda item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. The phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. The EPC clerk will start the timer to let you know when your time is up. Do we have anyone wishing to speak in the open forum session?
There do not appear to be any members of the public wishing to speak.
Then we'll close open communication or oral communications and bring it back to the agenda. Item 5 is public hearings. We have two. First item tonight is the 5.1 is consideration of text amendments to Chapter 28 Subdivisions and Chapter 36 Zoning of the City Code to establish procedures and standards related to urban lot splits and dual urban opportunity developments in compliance with California Senate Bill 9 and other minor text amendments to Chapter 36 related to inactive permit applications. As a reminder, we have translation in Spanish and Chinese this evening. If you are on Zoom, please click on the globe on the bottom of your screen to choose your preferred language. If you do nothing, you will hear English, but you will not hear English translations of Chinese or Spanish public comment. We'll start off with a presentation from staff by Brittany Whitehill, Project Planner, Stephanie Williams, Planning Manager and Zoning Administrator.
Thank you, Chair
Brittany?
Cranston. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Good evening, commissioners and members. Oh, I apologize. There we go. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Brittany Whitehill, and I am joined tonight by our Planning Manager and Zoning Administrator, Stephanie Williams. The item in front of you consists of proposed text amendments to chapters. Are you not seeing? I apologize. Let me try screen sharing again.
Are there? There we go.
Okay. Can you still see it?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Thanks. So let's see. The item in front of you consists of proposed text amendments to chapters 36 zoning and 28 subdivisions of the Municipal Code to implement California Senate Bill 9. Additionally, staff is proposing a minor amendment within the administration section of the zoning code related to the closure of inactive planning permit applications. California Senate Bill 9, or SB 9, requires ministerial approval of certain housing development projects and lot splits on R1 single-family residential zone properties. SB 9 was passed by the California legislature on September 1st, 2021, signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 16th, 2021, and took effect on January 1st, 2022. SB 9 requires approval of the following: 2-unit housing developments, meaning 2 homes on an eligible R1 lot, whether the proposal adds 2 new housing units or adds 1 new unit to an existing unit. SB 9 also requires the approval of urban lot splits, meaning a one-time subdivision of an eligible R1 lot into 2 lots. These provisions must be used in concert with the existing accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations to allow up to 4 units on eligible R1 lots. SB 9 also outlines how jurisdictions must review and approve SB 9 projects. Jurisdictions must review SB 9 projects without discretionary review or public hearing, may only apply objective subdivision, zoning, and design standards, and these standards may not preclude the construction of up to 2 units of at least 800 square feet on each lot. SB 9 establishes specific eligibility requirements for any urban lot split or 2-unit housing development proposal. The intent of these requirements is to protect historic resources and existing rental housing stock by requiring property owners to occupy 1 unit on a lot established by an urban lot split for a minimum of 3 years, by prohibiting applicants from subdividing adjacent lots with an urban lot split or subdividing a lot more than once with an urban lot split, by prohibiting 2-unit developments and urban lot splits on historic properties, by establishing a minimum rental term of 31 days for units on lots established by an urban lot split or constructed as part of a 2-unit development, and by prohibiting the demolition or modification of protected units. The R1 district currently allows for a 2-lot subdivision through discretionary approval of a preliminary parcel map by the city's subdivision committee and subsequent recordation of a parcel map. Pursuant to SB 9, eligible R1 zone properties may be subdivided into 2 lots through a ministerial process or a process which does not require discretionary review or a public hearing. An eligible R1 zone property can only be divided into 2 roughly proportional lots. To ensure rough proportionality, SB 9 requires that 1 lot be no less than 40% of the size of the original lot to be subdivided and a minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet. Additionally, the following restrictions and requirements apply to urban lot split applications. Cities cannot require dedication of right-of-way or construction of off-site improvements, such as installation of new street improvements. Cities may require that lots have direct access to a public right-of-way. Cities may require the dedication of easements for public services and facilities, such as utility easements. And cities must require the applicant to sign an affidavit acknowledging that the applicant intends to reside in one of the properties as their primary residence for at least 3 years after the date of the subdivision. In addition to urban lot split provisions, SB 9 requires local agencies to allow the development of 2 dwelling units on eligible R1 zoned lots. In order to allow this development type, staff proposes to create a new land use type, dual urban opportunity or DUO development, as a permitted use in the R1 district, which will appear in the residential land use table. The DUO development provisions could be used in concert with the urban lot split standards, resulting in a maximum potential to create up to a total of 4 primary dwelling units on a qualifying R1 lot. So in other words, if a lot is subdivided by an urban lot split, each resulting lot may contain 2 primary dwelling units. SB 9 includes the following mandatory development standards that all local jurisdictions must implement. Cities cannot require more than a 4-foot side or rear setback for new structures, and no minimum setback is required for the retention of an existing structure. Cities must allow a minimum unit size of 800 square feet and waive development standards that would preclude construction of 800 square foot units. No more than 1 parking space is required. However, properties within a 1/2 mile walking distance of a high quality transit corridor or major transit stop, as defined by state law, or within 1 block of a car share vehicle location do not need to provide parking. Cities cannot require the correction of existing non-conforming zoning conditions or deny a development due to existing non-conforming conditions. Aside from these mandatory standards, SB 9 provides some discretion for jurisdictions to adopt objective development standards for the development of units if the standards do not preclude the development of 2 units meeting the minimum size and maximum setbacks. Although SB 9 allows cities to create objective development standards, SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, as amended by SB 8 in 2021, limits the ability for cities to add new standards. Specifically, the Housing Crisis Act prohibits cities from reducing the intensity of land use within an existing residential zoning district below what was allowed and in effect on January 1st of 2018. Reducing intensity includes establishing any standard that could lessen the intensity of housing on a site. For example, increased setbacks, decreased FAR, or height standards. For this reason, staff proposes to largely maintain the existing R1 development standards for duo developments and only adjust those standards where SB 9 establishes either more restrictive standards, for example, occupancy acknowledgements, or less restrictive standards, for example, setbacks. Because the side and rear setbacks for duo developments will be reduced, staff proposes to prohibit the construction of second-story decks in association with newly constructed units of a duo development. This prohibition on second-story decks is consistent with the SB 330 requirements, as it would not lessen the potential for additional housing units or intensity on any lot. However, prohibiting second-story decks could reduce potential privacy concerns resulting from the reduced setbacks for duo developments. Since SB 9 will allow for smaller lots than what the existing city code allows for, and or for 2 primary dwellings on 1 lot, staff proposes to reduce the minimum landscape coverage requirement within the front setback area from 50% to 25%. This will allow for the provision of on-site parking and paved pedestrian access to the units on smaller lots, while ensuring that a portion of the front yard remain permanently landscaped. Current city regulations allow for up to 3 units on a single family lot, 1 primary unit, 1 accessory dwelling unit or ADU, and 1 junior accessory dwelling unit or JADU. The ADU can be attached or detached and can be up to 1,000 square feet in size. The JADU must be within the walls of the primary unit and cannot exceed 500 square feet. Neither the ADU nor the JADU can be sold as a separate unit. The provisions of SB 9 are utilized in concert with the existing ADU and JADU regulations, but do not require local agencies to allow any R1 lot to be developed with more than 4 units, inclusive of ADUs and JADUs. This slide demonstrates how the maximum of up to 4 units could be achieved with different combinations of primary units, ADUs, and JADUs. In addition to the amendments to comply with SB 9, staff is proposing a minor amendment within the administration section of the zoning code related to the closure of inactive planning permit applications. This section would establish that any formal permit application which has been inactive for 3 months shall be deemed withdrawn and allow staff to close the application, requiring applicants to submit a new application in order to proceed with the project. Staff is proposing this amendment in order to ensure the timely processing of planning permits and to ensure projects are designed in compliance with the most recent applicable standards and requirements. This concludes staff's presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
We'll open up to commissioner questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, sir. I have a quick question. For those inactive permits, will they be giving notice? Would the city be giving them notice about their possible status change ahead of time, or will this just be done automatically?
So do you mean if someone has submitted an application pursuant to SB 9 currently? Right. So you had mentioned if they were inactive, there was no action, right? So if it is inactive and we're thinking about changing their status, would this person or people who had applied, would they be given notice of the status change? So essentially, this will apply to applications that are currently active. And it's something that we'll be notifying applicants of when we provide a completeness and comment letter to them, outlining items that they need to resubmit. Language related to this will be included in that letter.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
I'm just curious about the second story deck prohibition. Is that a common prohibition that we're seeing in other cities, and does that preclude like even a small balcony, or what's the definition of deck, I guess is what I'm getting at.
It is something that we've seen in some of our neighboring jurisdictions, and the prohibition would include balconies. Really, the intent is to take into consideration the potential for 4-foot side and rear setbacks. And, we do want to allow the flexibility to, allow second story units, but we want to also sort of strike that balance and take those potential privacy concerns into consideration. And that's sort of where that prohibition is coming from.
Understood. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm just, I'll get into comments later. So, thank you.
Commissioner Hiermeyer.
Thank you. I wonder if we could walk through some of the questions that came in from the public comments submitted by Sturge Bonsi. Is there a sense, or is there an actual cutoff date for how long the lot split applies, given that there have been so many subdivisions in Mountain View in the past?
Yeah, so I did see Serge's question. I think what he was asking is if a lot was established by a prior subdivision, if it was eligible for an urban lot split. And what SB 9 says and what our proposed amendments prohibit is a lot that was subdivided by an urban lot split from being subdivided again by an urban lot split.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And then he also raised the idea about what is the process for these the tentative parcel maps going before council? Is that something you can comment on?
Yes, so for the urban lot splits, those will just be a ministerial approval. So it will be a ministerial preliminary parcel map followed by a parcel map, and it will all be reviewed at staff level.
Great. And then the third one, the question about undergrounding utilities, I assume that is standard now, but maybe does it need to be spelled out? So SB 9 actually prohibits cities from requiring offsite improvement. So we wouldn't be able to require that. As part of this. Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Great presentation.
Commissioner Nunez.
Well, thanks a lot for the presentation and for the report. I did have a few questions. The first one is in Exhibit 1 on page 25. I did notice that it mentioned that the sale of the unit, from my reading, it seems like it's prohibiting a sale. It says each primary dwelling unit of a dual urban opportunity development may be rented independently, but shall not be sold or conveyed separately from the other unit. And so I'm definitely hoping to understand some of the reasoning behind that, just given that most of these projects probably would be intended as a sale, and also because it would be very good to have more home ownership opportunities generally in the city.
So essentially, if someone wanted to pursue an SB 9 project with the intent of selling one of the units, the way to do that would be through the urban lot split. With the duo development, it's really intended for there to be 2 primary units on 1 legal lot. And in order to sell one of those as a separate unit, they would need to do a type of subdivision called a condo map and basically create lots around the buildings. So in order, the sale option is still there, but the vehicle would be the urban lot split, not the duo development.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like in one of the things we're trying to avoid, or that this provision is trying to avoid, is the need for a further kind of amendment to like our subdivision code. Am I hearing that well?
I think it's also, we're also trying to prevent future irregularly shaped lots. We're sort of trying to the best of our ability, plan for more regular lot patterns with this. And we could foresee some issues if we allowed condo mapping of these dual urban opportunity developments. I think it's sort of a matter of us trying to prevent potential issues with irregular lot patterns as well, and creation of non-conforming zoning and building conditions.
Okay, and have we done some kind of assessment on the impact of how this provision would impact the number of applications that would be submitted, as maybe if I know that I'm not going to want to, that I have to rent it versus being able to sell it, I might just not even submit an application in the first place. Have we done some sort of analysis to quantify to what extent this provision might detract or dissuade people from submitting these applications?
I think it's probably too soon for us to tell at this point. I think based on staff's initial interactions with, members of the public and potential applicants, it seems like more people are interested in pursuing the urban lot split option. And I think potentially it could be because the duo development is somewhat similar to the existing ADU provisions. But yeah, we haven't been able to do that analysis at this point. I think it's still a bit early, but that's something that we can definitely, look into as this progresses.
Okay, cool. That would be very helpful. Another question that I had is around the, I believe currently the BMR program that we have set up kind of requires any development under 7 units to pay a fee for, like our BMR fund. And I think in the grander scheme of things, if one affordable housing unit is, like up to $1 million or some crazy number these days. And, we have someone that's trying to bring a new kind of SB9 application in, that $15,000 to $25,000 that they might have to pay as part of that BMR impact fee might also be another prohibitive factor for someone wanting to pursue an SB9 project. And so I'm just kind of curious around, have we looked at, what those impacts might be? And if not, in what ways could we kind of reduce that impact, whether it's, waiving of the fee or, putting some kind of conditional waiving after, 3 years of proven residency at the site or something, just so we're not dissuading people from actually submitting these, applications.
So staff is not proposing any changes to the BMR regulations and administrative guidelines at this point. It's really focused on the zoning regulations and subdivision, and kind of, amendments to the BMR program are, not within the scope of what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay. And what scope would that be in? Would that be something that the city council would have to look at, or, what would be the path to looking at that?
Yeah, it would be direction from city council to, take a look at our BMR guidelines and for that.
Okay, awesome. And then last question, guys, thank you for your patience. So in page 9 of that staff report, it under that table, I did also notice that it said, if a development standard precludes construction, blah, 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 it says the development standard shall be waived. And so, just given the kind of, desire, I'm sure, for clarity on both sides, especially given that this is intended to be a ministerial process, are there ways that we might be able to provide more clarity around what specific standards would be waived? Maybe in some kind of like schedule or sequencing. I don't know, just for example, like, if your initial plan is not, complying with our initial set of standards, then, the first one that will be waived would be, I don't know, like FAR or the balcony, whatever it is, right? Just so we, give clear direction every step of the way, and we don't artificially create some kind of situation where we are in a way kind of de facto having an approval barrier in place. I'm wondering kind of what staff has, kind of thought about that kind of last bit there with, the waiving of standards.
So it would be an automatically waived sort of situation. So if if an applicant were to submit a proposal and the proposal demonstrated that any given development standard would preclude construction of what they're allowed under SB 9, then the city would be required to waive it. And this is similar to the existing ADU regulations, and staff regularly meets with applicants, and these, this is usually something that can be resolved pretty easily before the application is submitted. And our experience is that it doesn't really cause any delays in the permitting process.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks everyone. Those are my questions.
Okay. Commissioner Clark, did you have another question?
No, sorry, it was up from last time.
I did have one question. In the questions that I submitted earlier, I don't know that I got a clear feedback on the question. So my question was specifically, will the fact that a SB 9 lot split or duo was done, the fact that it's linked to SB 9 be specifically recorded when it's filed with the county for the property? Because I want to make sure that that's, since it doesn't allow multiple lot splits, I want to make sure that something like what Serge Bond talked about, where it's a lot split unrelated to SB 9, is, it's not confused. So I'm specifically looking, will the fact that it's part of an SB 9 thing item be recorded with the county associated with the property?
So that would be, it wouldn't be recorded with the county, but it would be maintained in the city's records. So if a future application under SB 9 were to come in, city staff would verify that a previous urban lot split had not been approved at the site.
I believe SB 9 allows us to require it to be recorded. Is there a reason that staff is not choosing to include that in the recording?
So there's a few reasons. They're largely related to the staff and administrative time required with recorded documents, and with the time that it would add to the permitting process, which is intended to be sort of streamlined and ministerial. Our experience is that if a recorded document is required as part of a project, it can tend to slow down the project, fairly substantially. So, in the effort to try to make sure that these projects are approved in a streamlined manner, we're recommending not requiring recorded documents as part of these projects.
So if I could also clarify, so subdivision maps are recorded with the county, and the county doesn't distinguish or review maps for conformance with local subdivision regulations or the Subdivision Map Act. They're really kind of just the receiver and the recorder and maintaining of those records. So whether or not, the face of the preliminary of the parcel map recorded is going to say an urban lot split, but when the county recorder receives those final parcel maps for recordation, they don't distinguish them. Once it's signed by the city engineer, their function is really just to record and maintain the recordation of all the maps. It's the city's responsibility to maintain records and moving forward to verify whether a previous SB 9 urban lot split has been done, and if somebody is trying to then further do another urban lot split on that urban lot split. That's not the county's function.
I understand that. I'm not suggesting that it is. Would a title search, if somebody's looking to sell their property, show that something was split on under this program? Would a title search show that if someone's going to buy a property that requires it to have a residence in it for 3 years and they're selling it within the 3 years, that the requirement that it be owner occupied during the balance of the 3-year period be shown during that title search. That's what I'm looking to try to understand.
Right. So we are not proposing to have any sort of the affidavit that they would be submitting actually be recorded with the county. Just the map, which does clearly state that it's an urban lot split.
So a urban lot split would be caught, but the rental requirement for 3 years would be likely to be not caught by a title search, correct?
Correct. That would not show up in the title documents because there would be no recorded document to that effect.
Thank you. Sandy, are you responding to my comments or do you have another question?
I have I wanted to respond to something that the chair, you had said. I just wanted to clarify that SB 9 doesn't actually require residing on the property for 3 years. It actually requires that an affidavit be signed by the property owner that they intend to reside on the property for 3 years. So that is the requirement. So a subsequent purchaser would not be required to live there for 3 years or for the balance of the 3 years.
I understood that they would require to still treat it as their primary residence during that time period, even if they didn't move in.
No, that is not a requirement of SB 9. SB 9 only requires that the property owner sign an affidavit that they intend to make it their primary residence for at least 3 years. So if they move away, if there's a bona fide reason to move away, there's nothing to enforce against them. It's an intent to live there for 3 years or more. And a bona fide purchaser is not bound by that.
Okay, I misunderstood the response to the questions. All right, Vice Chair Yin.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on that conversation just to clarify in my mind what the process would be. So if someone were to want to purchase a property that had been split, they're looking at the property, and this is the case for most people who purchase. They don't look into the zoning codes and find out what is going to be allowed to be built if they want to renovate or anything. That just, in my experience, seems to be the case. But the only way they would know that it was split would be through disclosure. Is that what we're saying, I guess? Or is that, I guess that's more of a real estate question. I guess the question that maybe the chair and I are trying to get to is how is this enforced, the 3 year? I understand, Sandy, you were saying that it's just a signed affidavit that the intention is to live there for 3 years, but in reality, the enforcement is not something that the city can go about like knocking on the door and seeing if that's not going to happen. So at what point in the process does one find out that it's been split? Does the person who is looking to buy or has bought a property have to go to the city and find that out? They have to be more assertive.
I mean, that's true of a lot of other aspects of a property, to know whether or not a kitchen was renovated with permits. So the purchaser does have an obligation to do their due diligence with the city to see what is allowable on their property. If they're thinking about doing an urban lot split, one would do that due diligence. So just because they were unaware that there was a prior urban lot split would not allow them to have their own urban lot split. So that's just kind of buyer beware and do your due diligence.
Okay, and that's similar to like if someone fills their swimming pool in and they do it and it's not engineered, you can't build on that. And a new buyer might not know that either. They would have to do their due diligence as well. Similar to that level of due diligence.
Yes, and there will be a recorded map as well, you know, with the county. So that says on its face that there was an urban lot split.
There will be.
Okay. Yes, when the first urban lot split occurs, it's recorded, you know, it's a subdivision map, it's recorded with the county. So if one went to look at the official records with the county, you would see that there was a prior urban lot split, and therefore there can't be a subsequent urban lot split.
Perfect, good. Okay, just wanted to be clear about that. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Chairman. So forgive me, but I think I thought I understood this at the beginning of the conversation, and now I think I'm a little confused. So hopefully you can help me understand this. And I'm happy to direct this to any of staff, including Ms. Lee. Why do we have the 3-year residence affidavit? Is it mandated by SB 9, or is it something that staff added?
So it is mandated under SB 9, but the specific mandate under SB 9 is that the applicant submit this affidavit stating that they intend to reside in one of the units as their primary dwelling for a minimum of 3 years. So the affidavit is mandatory, but the actual residency requirement it's not mandatory. It's an intent. So it's a little tricky for cities to enforce and to you know, figure out the correct approach for. But that is the mandate under SB 9.
Okay, that makes more sense. So who would have standing to enforce that? The city and only the city?
So Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe because the affidavit is really stating intent, we don't really have that much power to enforce it.
It would be fairly challenging to bring an action against a person because you would have to prove that they didn't intend to reside there at the time that they signed the affidavit. So they do sign under penalty of perjury, but it would be a challenging enforcement action unless that individual did, you know, had a bunch of urban lot splits happening at the same time, where you could kind of put the evidence together that clearly they couldn't have intended to make all of these properties their primary residence. So absent that kind of action, it would be challenging to prove up that they did not intend to reside on that property for 3 years.
And so the city would be the plaintiff, not HCD or some other party?
I doubt that HCD would intervene in that type of scenario. So it would be the city, most likely, if anyone, who could potentially bring some sort of enforcement action. Okay.
Well, I think it's a bit goofy to have, you know, illusory legal requirements, but if it's in the statute, it's in the statute. Got to follow statute. Okay, thank you.
Hey, I guess a follow-up question. In the response to question 4 it says the residence requirement runs with the land and not the property owner. If the property is sold within 3-year period, the new owner would be subject to the owner occupancy requirement as well. How would that be communicated to a potential buyer?
So upon further discussions with the city attorney's office, we have confirmed that owner occupancy requirement isn't binding for future purchasers because of the reasons we've been discussing, because it's really based on intent.
Interesting. So right now there's nothing that would prevent a serial flipper from going in, adding a unit, saying they sign it, and then selling it right away and doing it over again and over again and over again?
So the
Okay.
question you're saying that I think you talked about adding multiple units. Can you clarify the question?
I thought the intention of the law was to allow people who have a home to add a second unit that they can rent out. Okay. And the 3-year period made sense to me because it says, okay, I'm going to add this to my property. I'm going to rent it out. Cool. Okay. But if there's no way of actually ensuring that they're going to rent it, and if they immediately sell the property, then that obligation of the 3 years goes away. To me, what I thought was the intent of the law becomes moot. It's the way of just, I buy a single family home, I'll add a second unit to it, and immediately sell it, and I don't have the requirement, and I'll just go through neighborhood after neighborhood and do that. So that sounds like there's nothing that would prevent that from occurring. Is that correct?
So there are various eligibility requirements under SB 9, and I guess one of them would be the prohibition on subdividing on a single applicant subdividing adjacent lots pursuant to SB 9. But for the reasons that we've discussed, the 3-year owner occupancy requirement is pretty difficult for the city to enforce. We are using the affidavit as sort of an opportunity to be very transparent about these SB 9 eligibility requirements and just make sure that applicants are fully understanding of the requirements. But unfortunately, for the reasons that we've discussed, they're difficult to enforce. Or this, I should clarify this, the specific 3-year owner occupancy requirement is difficult to enforce.
Any other commissioner questions before we go to public comment? Okay. As a reminder, we have translation in Spanish and in Chinese in the meeting. Please click the globe at the bottom of the screen to choose your preferred language. If you wish to hear an English translation of Spanish and Chinese public comment, please click the English option. We'll open it to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. The EPC clerk will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Mr. Abutalbi, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this topic?
Yes, Chair Cranston, at the moment we have 5 members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay. You can we'll give each 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
You can call the first speaker.
Sure. Just a moment. I believe the first hand that I saw raised was Robert Cox. So Robert Cox, I'm going to allow you to talk. And if you could just give me a moment to pull up our 3-minute timer, we'll get going. Okay, you should be permitted to talk, and your 3 minutes will start as soon as you begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair Cranston, Vice Chair Yin, and EPC Commissioners. I'm Robert Cox, speaking on behalf of the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View. I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the SB 9 implementation. In general, we support the staff recommendations. In particular, we support allowing no more than 4 housing units on a lot zoned as R1 and retaining all ordinance restrictions that are not in conflict with SB 9, including the FAR limitation. And since SB 9 stipulates that no lot with a historic resource or located within a historic district be subdivided, we request staff compile a list of addresses that would not qualify for a lot split for this reason and make the list available to the public. Thank you for listening to our views and concerns. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker appears to be Albert Jeans. Albert, I will allow you to talk. I believe you do have a presentation.
Yes, that's correct. I have my own timer here too, so because I know that won't appear when you put the presentation up.
Terrific.
So,
Okay.
So as soon as I see that, I'll start.
Okay, just give me one moment, please. Just 1 second. Portion. Make this larger.
Sarush, I have the presentation available as well if you want me to share it.
Yeah, can you try that, Brittany? I'm running into an issue here. Apologies,
Yes,
everyone.
okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Albert Jeans, longtime resident of Mountain View. First, I'd like to commend staff on this very challenging topic. As we've seen, there's a lot of devil in the details, and I learned a lot of that just by going through this little exercise that I'm going to show you now. Next slide, please. As you know, I always like to visualize things. So when this came out, staff's report came out, I started building what I thought were reasonably, shaped houses and things like that to see exactly what I could build on these lots. And this is shown next to my own home in the foreground, which is a standard single family home in Mountain View. Next slide, please. So yeah, this gives you an idea of the layouts inside the buildings. They are 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, essentially townhouses. 2 of them have built-in garages, 2 have carports. And what's written in the numbers besides the lot size are some of the existing zoning conditions. And some of these I learned since I submitted this are incorrect. For example, on the setback from the flagpole of the flag lot, if you have 2 stories, I think it says you're supposed to have another 10 feet of setback there for that yard. And there's a lot of little things like that I learned as I went through the code and the zoning codes and stuff. For example, you need 24 feet, for the length of the driveway, if it's running into another driveway that's at right angles to it, things like that, so you have room to turn around. And so what I found interesting about this, the FAR is the most restrictive constraint in all this. And it pretty much limits building on each lot to about 1,600 square feet or, 2 800 square feet lots. And I also learned that since submitting this, if you look at the draft ordinance, page 18, it actually says the rear setback in the draft ordinance is still 5 to, I think, or actually 15 to 20 feet if it's adjacent to a lot that has a backyard there. So I know there's a lot of details in the ordinance, and I urge you to check through it with a fine-tooth comb to see if there are any things like that still hanging around. Next slide, please. And yeah, you said that, of course, you don't want a second floor deck because that could infringe on people's privacy. But as this shows, if you have one of these in the back of your yard and one off to the side, you have no privacy at all now. Your whole lot, your whole backyard is now exposed to your neighbors. And so I think this is one of the major concerns we all have about this law. And I know there's not much we can do about it for now. There are, of course, other plans. People are trying to get, ballot initiatives put together and stuff to try to dampen the effect of this. The other thing is, of course, parking. Only 1 space is allowed per unit at most. And so if a lot of these end up being rentals as well, then I think we're going to see a lot of parking on the streets. So we have to do something about the residential parking permit program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, it appears the next speaker is Kelsey at embaction.org. Kelsey, I will allow you to talk, and if you just give me a moment to configure the timer, you can begin speaking when you see it.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Baines. I am a renter in Mountain View, and I grew up in a duplex. It was a housing type that my mom could afford to purchase as a female head of household. So I think duplexes are great. I'm glad that we're going to be legalizing them everywhere. And I really appreciated the commission's questions, particularly the ones that were sort of aimed at how do we make this more possible for more residents to be able to add more housing to existing neighborhoods. And it does seem like the sort of thrust of the proposed amendments are really aimed at restricting. So I would like to see more amendments that are aimed at promoting this development and making it more feasible for people. Certainly like the restrictions around ownership I think it would be good to have more ownership opportunities. These are lower cost opportunities to purchase. And I don't really understand, I'm not a planner, so I don't really understand why irregular lots are bad or why that would be something we want to avoid. I also don't love the idea of mandated front yards. I think something like a stoop can be very nice in certain contexts. And then my own experience as a renter during COVID is that balconies are very important. So it would be nice, I think, for future renters to be able to have a balcony. But the other thing I would encourage you to look at is R2 and R3 zoning. So I spoke with someone recently who was an immigrant. She wanted to bring her extremely low income parents to live with her and wanted to build a unit for them, and actually was in R3 and was told by staff that since it was a small lot, she could only build one new unit, which was fine. But then restrictions around affordability came into play. So she had to pay a large fee. She couldn't build on site. So I think there are some barriers that could be taken on as a part of this process. So thank you again for listening and have a good night.
Thank you. Speaker.
Okay, I believe our next speaker, I pull it up here. Our next speaker appears to be Bruce England. Bruce, I'm going to allow you to talk. If you could just begin once you see the timer.
I don't even need the full time, so. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. Very briefly, we've had a longstanding position in favor of advancing housing in Mountain View at all affordability levels. And so SB 9, where it makes sense and where it's reasonable, we support it. So we're interested in hearing what you all have to say and looking at staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a Kevin Ma would like to speak. Kevin, just give me one moment. I'll allow you to talk.
Evening, commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a resident of the San Antonio neighborhood. I'd like to thank staff and the commissioners for all their work on this duty to fulfill state law. My comments are related to Commissioner Clark's and Nunez's questions. I think that the second story decks ban is a bit premature. I mean, nothing prevents any other person from making just a single family home, 2 floors with a rooftop deck, even with the setbacks that could still see in people's backyards. Like, you're not saving any privacy here. And it just seems like a dig against people who want to have a new room in an R1 lot location, which is already more than half the city at this point. So I think that's a bit odd. I also think that the premature ban on a sale seems a bit odd. I know a condo map is required, but the cities like Sunnyvale specify that a condo map is fine and can still facilitate a sale. San Jose does not ban a sale either. Even Los Altos Hills, with its shrubbery to hide the SB 9 proposal, does not require a ban on sales. The point of SB 9 and laws like it are meant to encourage both long-term residencies as well as homeownership. So I do not feel like we should be clamping them down this early anyway. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speakers.
There do not appear to be any additional speakers.
We'll bring it back to the commission for deliberation and action. So, discussion by commissioners. Commissioner Clark.
I'm happy to start. I think I'm generally supportive of the proposed amendments overall. My one comment is the one that I'm a little uncomfortable with is I completely understand the desire to ensure some level of privacy with reduced setbacks with respect to balconies. I do think that the way that we're approaching it is a little bit restrictive. So my thought process is, when you're adding additional FAR or buildings to a property, it's important to maintain, especially in our nice climate here, some level of outdoor space options. And so I happened to, the other night, I was just looking at the way that San Francisco approached this, which I thought was, and they have it's just a handful of slides that I won't share here, but they have some really good visuals on, what maybe you wouldn't allow a balcony, but you might allow a rooftop deck on the second floor that's set back even further. It doesn't take up the entire second story. Anyway, there's some really great visuals that the San Francisco Planning Commission just reviewed a few weeks ago that I think might be, I'm not saying we should be fully as permissive as they are, but I think they've looked at, balconies versus rooftop spaces that don't take up the entire floor, that, ensure there's some level of privacy. And I think they look at some setbacks there that are greater than 4 feet. So anyway, I may be the only one, but I just think that, looking at an approach that's a little bit more permissive of outdoor areas for these units might be more appropriate. And I understand those who have one-story single-family homes, but the reality is in most of Mountain View, that single-story single-family home can morph into a 2 or 3-story home pretty easily under the current code. So it's not there in perpetuity. And I understand folks' desire not to have people staring into their backyards, but the fact is that in most cases, someone next to them could build a second story and stare into their backyard without going through a significant process through the Planning Commission or Council. So I just think anyway, that's my one plug to maybe look at being a little bit more liberal on the outdoor spaces, and hopefully we wouldn't have to do that work from scratch. We could just look at what a few other cities are doing that are a little bit more permissive. But otherwise, I'm supportive of the proposed text amendments. I really appreciate all the work that staff put into this on a short timeline in response to state legislation.
Commissioner Dempsey.
So I would just like to pursue with staff Robert Cox's question about what are historic resources for purposes of what's excluded from these provisions. Can staff help me understand what is the definition? What is the rule? How do we know what is excluded as being a historic resource?
So the city has a local historic register, which includes the historic properties within the city.
So the only properties that would be excluded are those that are on the historic register?
Or properties that have not been included but were found to be historic. That's correct.
I guess for the folks at home, if they wanted to know if their particular property was included or excluded, how would they answer that question? Easily.
They would contact the planning department to ask if they did not know whether or not their property was included on the historic register. So staff is also currently starting the update to the historic register and the historic ordinance. So both of those will be being updated over the next couple years, but we do have a list right now that is available for people.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hairmeyer.
Continuing with deliberation, I would just echo what Commissioner Clark said. I think staff has really pulled together an exhaustive response to what state legislation has. I do share the concern about potentially going too early in terms of the second floor balconies, but I'm interested to be hearing the rest of the commissioner's thoughts.
Vice Chair Yin.
Yes, I'm also generally supportive. I think it was very thoughtful, and they've incorporated, staff has incorporated SB 9 regulations into our zoning code in a reasonable way. I did have one comment, and I was hoping that when the zoning code does come out, that it has a diagram also showing that helps people to understand what can and can be done easily. I noticed that in one of the figures, I think it was 3610-1, it does still say the 50% landscaping is okay. And I know that we're reducing it to 25%, which on one hand makes me a little bit sad, but I understand the need given that you now have, more hardscape that is required. Maybe, in the future we can find out how we can gain some more green in the city. If we could also, I don't know if staff could look into perhaps doing an informational guide, much like you do for the ADUs. That's also very helpful for people who are coming to the planning office to look into it. One comment also, this is related to a lot of what the public commenters have made. I just want to clarify that if someone wants to sell a lot, it's totally feasible. You just choose Path B, which is the split lot, instead of the dual DUO. So there's nothing really prohibiting the sale of it in any way. You just go one path versus the other. I don't think one is more difficult than the other, just to clarify.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So I hope that alleviates some of that concern. I know you guys are bringing up the balconies, and balconies are always nice. I understand why staff would want to try to limit that, especially if you're only 4 feet away from the property line. Once you have a balcony, you're like almost in someone else's yard. But there is if that is going to be considered, I'd only consider it where you have the 20-foot setback in the front, not where it's so tight, 4 feet to the sides or the rear. I don't remember what the current zoning code is for balconies on the second floor in the standard single family zoning. Maybe you guys could answer that on the front, and if there's a prohibition there.
On the front, I believe if my memory serves me right, they need to comply with the front yard setback of 20 feet. So, and they're allowed on the front or the rear. If they're on the rear, they would need to be set back even further. So it would be 25% of the lot depth plus an additional 5 feet for the rear.
Okay, so I think it would, I don't know, I didn't do any studies, but it seems fair that if we were to investigate any balconies, that perhaps it could be on the front, but not where the 4 foot setbacks are allowed. Or
Commissioner Nunez.
Thanks. Sorry, was that the end of your comment, Vice Chair Yin, around the?
Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Yeah, so I also feel pretty good about, most of the staff report, and I'm going to go back to the sale of the lot. So I just want to make sure, just to clarify, what was those two paths, like Path A and Path B? Can we get those clarified again?
Yeah, so SB 9 allows for an urban lot split, which is the ministerial subdivision, creating 2 lots, each of at least 1,200 square feet. SB 9 also allows for these duo developments, so 2 primary units on 1 lot. And then one important thing to keep in mind is that if you pursue an urban lot split, each of the resulting lots could either have a duo development or they could be constructed with a single family home with optional ADU or JADU. So there's really numerous options under SB 9, and you know, within those options, there would be options for sale of units. But I don't know if that answers your question.
So then if I took the path whereby I had could I take a path where I split the lot and then I, someone develops 2 units on one and then 2 on another. If I own this unit here, I can't or if I own both of the units here, I can't then sell the second one. I would have to rent it, or can you help me understand that a little better?
So with our proposed code amendments, you would, if you subdivide the lot, you can sell one of the resulting lots. But if you were to construct 2 primary units on a lot, you would not be able to sell the unit as a separate unit. It would need to be a rental unit.
Okay. Yeah, and so I guess I still feel a little. Is that mandated by SB 9, by the way?
My understanding is that that is not mandated by SB 9. So that's certainly something that we can look into.
Okay. Yeah, because definitely I feel very supportive around the balcony issue, for example. Feel supportive around that. Feel very supportive around making it easy for people to check a historical register and make sure we're publicizing things, make sure we're getting information out there pretty well. And I also feel really supportive about making sure that we are providing as many different, diverse range. I mean, it's one of our city goals, right? I mean, we're going through the housing element in a bit for a reason, right? We want to make sure we provide as significant a range of affordability and kind of, type of ownership or rental options for all types of scenarios. And so one of the things that I am feeling pretty strongly about right now is that I would not want to create a limitation whereby we take one of those options off the table for the city, because right now with the housing crisis and the ongoing housing crisis, right? I mean, it really is all hands on deck. And that's just something that I would feel that, that's probably the biggest kind of hair in the soup for me right now, but I'll kind of let it go back to other commissioners as well.
Commissioner Dempsey.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I just wanted to offer a couple of comments before we get down to voting. I'm actually feeling pretty supportive of what staff has done and appreciative as well. On the balcony question, I'm fine with the way that the staff cut it. I think privacy is an important value when it comes to densifying. And I think it's always important to have some respect for those that came before, namely the neighbors. On the question of sale versus making sure it stays rented, I'm glad to know that there are options to split for sale. So people can do that if they wish. And it's never a loss if a unit ends up only being for rent, because we need rental housing. So that's not a part that concerns me greatly either. And I think lastly, Vice Chair Yin suggested having a guide that helps explain this, hopefully so you can get it in 3 minutes instead of 30 minutes of me poring over staff reports. So I think that's an excellent idea, and I hope we do it. Thank you, Chairman.
We've heard from everybody. Others, Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, I agree with what the overall sentiment of our body is indicating. I want to thank staff for their ability to provide this report to us in a timely manner. But I like the idea that Vice Chair Yin had about the guide. I think that when you look at SB 9 and you read it, it's legalese, right? I don't have time for that. But if I see what I can do and what I can't do, and it's there for me, that's going to help me make a better decision. And then we can point to that too as an example of trying to make all this stuff more reasonable for anyone who's interested in trying to do something with the property. I like the options that you set forth in terms of the balcony issue. If you can put that in the guide of what you can and can't do, that'd be even better. But I think also something that we might think about is how do you want to promote this awareness of SB9? What does the EPC normally do to spread the word out? Do you all have some sort of outreach to neighborhoods through their associations to give them the update and let them know what it is that they should be able to expect once we finalize the guide, or what's the next step from here on out?
That was kind of directed to EPC. We don't have a formal communication process. I would defer to staff. Would there be any plans, Brittany or Stephanie, to to make this more widely understood? Or
yeah, so to speak on the guide that a few commissioners have suggested, that's certainly something that staff fully intends to do, and I think that will be beneficial both for the public and staff, just to have a more straightforward, visual demonstration of what would be possible. So we fully intend to do that. We will, we'll continue to publicize as we move forward with the SB9 process, this information on our city website, and will be available, for any questions. If we're directed by council to do additional outreach, that's definitely something that we can look into as well. For ADUs, we did host a Zoom webinar, so we could, potentially look into options like that if the EPC and council are recommending of that.
Thank you, Brittany.
I guess maybe a question before my comment. So do single family, does R1 allow some kind of roof deckish kind of thing today, or is that not allowed within the R1 zoning?
So a roof deck would not be allowed. We do allow second story decks on the front and rear of single family homes, but the setbacks for those decks would be at least 20 feet for second story decks.
And then I think it was Mr. Jeans raised the question of, is the setback in the back clear at 4 feet, or was he correct in that it appears to be still say that it's 15 or 20 feet in the back?
So the setback for a duo development, which is the 2-unit development allowed under SB9, that is 4 feet for the side and the rear and 20 feet for the front. You could potentially subdivide a lot through an urban lot split and build a single family home on one of the resulting lots. If you were to build a single family home, the existing R1 development standards would apply.
And the way that ordinance is written right now, if someone wanted to put that second floor deck on the front of a property in the duo, would that be permitted or not?
That would not.
Obviously, the back could have a 4 foot, but the front could still have 20 feet. Would that be permitted or not?
So the current proposed ordinance would not permit second story decks on any newly constructed unit of a duo development. So if there are 2 primary units on one lot, the newly constructed units could not have a second story deck.
So I guess overall, I thought staff did a very good job of interpreting SB9. I spent a couple weekends reading up on it, and when I saw the staff report, it's like, oh, that's what I read. So I appreciate the hard work that was done there. I'm not generally supportive of the idea of balconies over a 4 foot setback, but I am intrigued by what Commissioner Clark is communicated, that potentially San Francisco is looking at something that might permit something on areas that where there is more space. I think Vice Chair Yin mentioned something like that. I don't know that that's something that we necessarily put put in, to me, that's investigate what San Francisco is doing. I wouldn't want to delay moving ahead here, but I do think there could be some merit if council was also supportive of that, of investigating what San Francisco is proposed, if there's options for, so it's not a complete ban of any kind of a deck at all. But if there's areas of the property where there is more setback, then that's no worse than what we have today. So I think that may be worth exploring. I would be reluctant to give a uniform, it's allowed everywhere. So I don't know whether that's maybe it's a request, maybe it would be a comment, at least on my part, to council saying, would they also direct staff to look at this, investigate this further, and then maybe come back later with a potential amendment to this to permit something like that. I would be supportive of something like that. But a uniform decks are allowed everywhere. I would not necessarily be supportive of. I think other than that, I think it met my expectations and overall, and I'm supportive of the staff report. Since I've kind of been pointing at Commissioner Clark, do you want to kind of respond to my questions or comments? Or
I was just going to say I'm supportive of that. I think it was really just a handful of slides from the San Francisco Planning Commission, and they had really nice visuals that showed the setbacks and the measurements and everything. So why don't I do this? I'll share that with staff, and if they think that this is clearly not an apples to apples comparison between Mountain View and San Francisco, then I don't want to belabor the council with it. But if there may be some opportunities to explore, and the council would be supportive to create some outdoor spaces in a few situations, then perhaps they can raise that possibility with the council if they feel that's reasonable. So I can share those with staff if you want. And then I was just going to, if there are no further comments, I was just going to move the staff recommendation for the proposed text amendments with the caveat that we just take a look at what San Francisco is doing for the outdoor spaces, the roof decks or the balconies, to see if that might be applicable here.
Any other comments from commissioners? If not, then I will. Mr. Clark, you want to go ahead and motion?
Yes, so I'll just move that. The EPC recommend to council that they approve the proposed text amendments to comply with California Senate Bill 9 to establish clear procedures and expectations for the automatic closure of inactive permit applications, and review the materials that we'll provide just about the outdoor spaces. But I don't want to provide direction to staff to. I just don't know if it's an apples to apples comparison. So I apologize for not bringing this up in advance, but I just wanted to see if we have a possibility to explore things.
So Sandy, did you confirm whether or not we have to read the entire thing or not?
We don't have to read the entire title of the ordinance, but I just want to clarify, and I'm pretty sure this is what Commissioner Clark was saying, but the motion is to find that the ordinances are exempt under CEQA as recommended by staff, and to recommend that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 36, the zoning code, and Chapter 28, the subdivision ordinance, to implement Senate Bill 9, and to make other minor amendments related to inactive permit applications, all as recommended by staff.
That's correct. So I was looking at the staff report and not the script. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ham.
Oh, sorry.
I'll give it to Commissioner Gutierrez. Sorry.
Apologies.
So seconded by Commissioner Gutierrez. Mr. Abutalbi, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark.
Sorry.
Aye.
Sorry. I had raised my hand. I don't know if there's like, my first time doing this, if there's like a point to kind of like for deliberation on that motion, or was it once the motion is in, it goes in for the vote right away? I would propose I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or something, what it's called exactly. Sure. Yeah. For just a kind of friendly amendment to add a fourth point to recommend that the city council consider or have some discussion on the potential waiving of BMR in lieu fees for the SB9 projects.
Is there a second to that? Or you're offering as a friendly amendment, so Mr. Clark, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I guess if it's to raise the topic in the staff report and just say that there may at some point the council may want to consider the BMR the BMR impacts of the fees associated with BMR on these units. I'm not sure they can do it as part of all of this. They may have to completely revisit it, but I guess they could opine on whether or not they do eventually want to revisit it. I'd have to staff may have to help me out. I'm not. I guess it could be a short paragraph in the staff report that the EPC suggested that they may want to consider this at some point, but.
Yeah, it's purely just to raise the consideration for them.
I would be fine with that. I'm not sure I'd recommend.
I can clarify. So it sounds like Commissioner Clark is open to it being something noted to council, but what I think you stated was something that would be an additional item as part of the formal vote. Those are two different things in my mind. Is that correct, Sandy? The one is, just like the comment on looking at the second floor decks, this would be a comment, a feedback to incorporate, to pass on to staff about considering the BMR fees as a separate item, but not part of the actual, but truly part of the motion. That's different than I think what you suggested, Commissioner Hughes. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, as long as I think that would suffice, just to make sure that the council has it on their radar, that the in lieu fees are applying to, currently as it stands to these SB9 projects.
And okay. I would be fine with that. I just don't want to make a recommendation one way or the other, but I'm happy to, have it mentioned that the EPC wanted to flag the council that they may want to, consider the BMR fee impacts on these complaints.
Cool.
Are we Sandy?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So is that part of the motion, or is it that that there's a desire to include it in the transmittal of the discussion of the EPC meeting, that there was this comment about council looking into waiving BMR fees for SB9 projects? Is it part of the motion, or is it?
No.
Okay, no.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Thanks for everyone for clarifying. Yeah,
okay.
The transmission in the staff report would probably suffice.
And I would, like Commissioner Clark, certainly assessing what the impact would be more the guidance as opposed to a specific recommendation one way or the other at this point, without really looking at it. So it's, yes, be aware of it, but it's not a specific recommendation to change. Commissioner Gutierrez?
Yeah, I have a quick question. So in terms of procedure, is it the majority sentiment of the EPC to have that be included as a suggestion, or what do the rest of the members feel? Because I think that begs the question, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify whether it's part of the motion or not. If it's not, then I will take a poll. So what Commissioner Nunez is saying, it's not, I think what I've heard from Commissioner Clark is he's supportive of it being something that's included in the comments. I'm supportive of that. Do other commissioners agree that it should at least be included in the what do you call it, transmittal, the EPC on that was an item that was raised. So Commissioner Yin, are you supportive of that, or just communicating that to council? You're on mute, please.
Sorry, I was going to make the suggestion that you just go ahead and take a straw poll to see if that's the majority sentiment to be put on the transmittal.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I undid my lower hand, or my hand raised. And before we do that, I just wanted to just add a little quick thing as to my reasoning why I wouldn't add it. Commissioner Nunes, I totally understand you're trying to like lower the barriers, and I appreciate the effort in that direction. For me personally, I think because the BMR program is a little bit, I feel very strongly tied to it. I feel really proud that we did that. And because affordability is such a huge issue in the city now, I'm reluctant to take any funds from that. And if someone had the funds to be doing this, it's an expensive process. Anyways, I know it is, and it takes a lot of time and planning, but it seems like in the grand scheme of things, it's not huge compared to all sorts of other items, like, you know, the codes for structure and energy efficiency that they have to build towards. Also, I just wouldn't want to take any funds away from the BMR program. It's just a fraction when you're doing such little number of units, but I feel like any little bit helps.
Commissioner Hameyer?
I'm comfortable including a line saying it's a future consideration, but not going further than that.
Commissioner Dempsey?
I guess since we're straw polling, I actually agree very much with what Vice Chair Yin said. I mean, I would be fine to flag it, that's okay, just to have the council think about it. But I would not be in support of essentially supporting that as a policy move by the city council, because I would be worried about underfunding the BMR program. And I think there's no evidence to say that, I don't think we know enough about who's going to actually try to do these SB9 conversions to judge whether or not we should be cutting fees for them. We just don't know who's doing it. It's until we have that data. I don't want to play around with the funding for BMR if we don't actually know that it's going to have a positive impact. So
I think what I'm hearing from the majority of the commission is it becomes an item that we raise as an item of awareness. There's not a specific recommendation to make a change or otherwise, but it's to alert council that they may want to look at this at some point. Seeing nods from the majority of, okay. So with that, is there any other debate on the motion that was put forward by Commissioner Clark and second by Commissioner Gutierrez? Not? Then we will, Mr. Abutalbi, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Aye.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Aye.
Commissioner Hameyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Nunes?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yin?
Aye.
Chair Cranston?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
With that, we will then move to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6, study session. So thank you, Brittany and Stephanie. This study session regarding the housing element update for the 2023 to 2031 housing element. As a reminder to everyone, we have translations in Spanish and Chinese at this meeting. If you're on Zoom, please click the globe at the bottom of the screen to choose your preferred language. If you do nothing, you will hear English, but you will not be able to hear the English translations of Spanish or Chinese public comment. Before the item starts, Commissioner Dempsey has an announcement that he wishes to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because I live within 500 feet of one of the potential back pocket rezoning sites, specifically the general plan village centers, I will be recusing myself from consideration of adding the area that includes that site. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. As a result, we will have a different process for this item. We will do the staff presentation first, then public comment, general questions from the commission, and then Commissioner Dempsey will leave the commission while we discuss what was item 2 in the in section on the back pocket items. And then Commissioner Dempsey will return to the commission while we discuss the remaining questions. The commission will then discuss the remaining 2 questions. We will now proceed with the staff presentation today by Ellen Yao, project planner, and Eric Anderson, advanced planning manager. Ms. Yao.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Cranston and commissioners. Good evening. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen first. And is it in presentation mode?
Yep, we can see it.
Great. All right, good evening. So this is our second study session in a series of 3 regarding the housing element update. My name is Ellen Yao, project planner, and I'm joined by Eric Anderson, advanced planning manager, and our consultants, Matt Kota from BAE and Bev Choi from ESA. At our last study session, we provided background information on the housing element project, and we posed 2 specific questions for EPC regarding the key requirements and challenges and potential policy topics. Tonight, we will provide a progress update on 2 of those key components of the housing element, a state program called the Pro Housing Designation Program, and an update on a council strategic roadmap action item regarding R1 and R2 densities. And we have 4 specific questions for the commission. So the 2 key components of the housing element we will cover tonight are the sites inventory and the goals and policies section. So first, the sites inventory. It is an inventory where we have to identify sites that can reasonably accommodate the regional housing needs allocation, known as RHNA, which is a number of units the city must plan for over the next 8 years of the housing element. The draft sites inventory focuses on existing zoning to accommodate these units. Particularly, we focus in precise plan areas and that we have proactively planned for and had robust community engagement. The draft sites inventory is categorized into the 3 types: pipeline projects, opportunity sites, and rezoning projects. So the pipeline projects and the rezoning projects are projects. Either they were approved or under review, and they allow residential under the existing zoning, or they've been directed by the city council through the gatekeeper or strategic roadmap process. The result of this draft sites inventory is available to view at mvhousingelement.org, which is interactive, so you can see on this image here. Okay. So I talked about the first 2 types of projects, and then the 3rd category includes sites that are realistically able to develop and produce units within the 8 years, and does not include sites with high displacement, whether if they were historic sites, and does not include the R3 zoning update as we previously recommended. We also excluded sites with more than 3 units, large FAR buildings, or sites with newer buildings or improvements, just because the likelihood of them being developed and in support of lowering displacement. You can see a couple of images of some of those sites that we've seen around the city. With the support of the EPC and council from our last study session, the project team, we moved forward with that methodology that we presented. And as you can see, overall, the draft sites inventory yields unit capacity that will meet our RHNA units, as well as provide at least 25% buffer for the harder to reach low and moderate income level RHNA numbers. Similar to many Bay Area cities, the above moderate units are more easily accommodated for. With just the pipeline projects alone, we exceed the 4,880 above moderate. Additionally, there are several sites with developer interests that could yield about another 1,300 units. Eventually, if they apply, they could fall into the pipeline projects, but they're not included in this table or in the map. Oh, just so you know, the draft sites inventory is drafts, and you know, it will continue to change as we move forward to the adoption hearings at the end of the year. So again, with the identification of the real projects and the potential sites, pipeline projects, opportunity sites, and rezoning projects, the city is able to meet the RENA and the RENA buffer recommendations. So our first question is, does the EPC support the proposed draft sites inventory methodology? And then a deeper level, we want to talk about the back pocket rezonings. So the draft sites inventory, we will have to continually monitor and update throughout the 8U period. So we wanted to talk to EPC and council and get feedback in advance regarding these back pocket inventories. So these specific sites will not be part of the sites inventory. However, if the sites inventory isn't sufficient, these areas could be added to the sites inventory. And in cases where it couldn't be sufficient, could be due to no net loss, meaning a site is developed with a non-residential use or builds at a lower assumed unit count, or if HCD finds our inventory isn't adequate when they do the draft review. So these sites have previous council support and are allowed in the general plan. So the ones that we've identified is the Transit Center Master Plan, the Village Center Overlay along El Camino Real, Moffett Boulevard, and the General Plan Village Centers. And then our next section after the sites inventory is to cover the draft goals and policies. The draft goals and policies build upon the existing goals and policies that we have identified in our last fifth cycle housing element. It does incorporate input from community outreach, other city priorities, and the EPC and council direction that we got from the initial list of 16 policies from our last study session. To get to this short list of goals, staff consolidated, revised, reduced redundancy, increased usability. That kind of went into these next slides that this next slide I'm gonna show you. So the 4 goals that we identified serve to address the housing supply issues, to provide housing services, and to promote equal housing opportunities for all, and to address governmental constraints. So in the staff report, we have these 4 goals listed, and then we also indicated policies that would support those goals. So our question here is, does the EPC support the initial list of draft housing element goals and policies? And are there other policy topics that should be included? Okay, so we talked about sites inventory, draft goals and policy. Now we will shift to topics over to 2 housing related issues, but they are not specific components of the housing element document. First, in response to the housing crisis, the legislature required HCD to create incentives for jurisdictions that comply with the housing element requirements and have enacted local pro-housing policies to accelerate housing production and further the state's housing goal. So this program is open to all jurisdictions of the state, and applications are accepted on a rolling basis. Now, cities who achieve this designation are rewarded with points or preferences for state funding. We did a preliminary review of the application form, and based on existing and proposed policies, Mountain View is likely to qualify for the designation. So that's just an update on that program. And then the second item is the review of overdensity sites. This was identified in Council Strategic Roadmap. So this is addressing housing densities of parcels that currently have more residential units than what is allowed by the zoning ordinance or general plan. This topic that we're talking about tonight is just focusing on R1 and R2 properties, as we decided that R3 probably makes a little more sense under the ongoing R3 zoning update project. So these sites are considered non-conforming with respect to current zoning regulations. Our code has regulations around non-conforming structures, which generally allow for maintenance work, but it does limit significant improvements that would extend the life of that non-conforming structure. So if EPC and council are interested in maintaining existing housing stock, particularly those likely to be more naturally affordable, staff recommends targeted updates to the non-conforming section of the code. These updates could include expanding the rights of property owners to improve or add onto non-conforming buildings. So the question is, does EPC support staff's recommendation to study targeted updates to the non-conforming section of the zoning code to expand the ability to maintain and preserve the number of residential units on lots that do not conform to allowed densities in the R1 and R2 districts? Again, I'm going to show the questions for consideration tonight, the total of 4 there. This concludes my presentation, and we are looking forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
And so next we will go to public comment. As a reminder, we have translations in Spanish and Chinese at this meeting. Please click on the globe at the bottom of the screen to choose your preferred language. If you wish to hear English translations of Spanish and Chinese public content, please click the English option. We'll open up to public comment. Would any member of the public like to speak on the line on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. EPC will start the timer and let you know when your time is up. Mr. Abutalbi, do we have people wishing to speak on the housing element?
Yes, Chair Cranston, we do. The first hand I saw raised was Robert Cox.
Okay, we'll give each person 3 minutes, please.
Yes, I'm going to allow Mr. Cox to speak and start the timer. You may begin, Mr. Cox.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Chair Cranston, Vice Chair Yin, and EPC Commissioners. I'm Robert Cox, speaking on behalf of the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View. We thank staff for their careful selection of sites to meet Mountain View's RHNA requirements. We support the methodology of designating pipeline opportunity rezoning sites. We believe that the opportunity sites selected have a good opportunity for being redeveloped in the time frame of the upcoming RHNA cycle. We do note that several important local village centers are listed as opportunity sites. We agree that these sites are currently underutilized and could support housing as well as restaurants and retail. But we believe that that should be done. But if that should be done, the functioning retail on the site must continue. It is not sufficient for the sites to be replaced with residential and a mere token retail presence, like a single bubble tea place, coffee house, or dog hair salon. Local businesses support sustainability, consumer quality of life, and provide employment opportunities and a vital sales tax base for our city. On the housing goals, we strongly support staff's consideration of programs that will extend the life of aging, naturally affordable housing in Mountain View. This constructive action would enhance the richness of life of our vulnerable populations who have too often lived under the threat of displacement from our community. Finally, we urge caution should the city pursue application for obtaining the designation of a pro-housing city. Mountain View has been a leader in housing policy and is already undertaking enormous efforts to meet its own goals and those set by the state mandate. Where possible, Mountain View should adopt policies to further its own housing goals rather than letting the pro-housing designation be a driver for additional policies. Several items in the pro-housing designation application are of particular concern, especially accommodating 150% of the current or draft RHNA, reducing or eliminating parking requirements, the absence or elimination of public hearings, and the waiver or significant reduction in development impact fees needed to maintain a livable Mountain View. Thank you for listening to our views. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next hand I see raised is for Salim Demirji. Salim, I'm going to allow you to talk, and you can begin when you see the timer.
Hi, I'll wait for the timer.
Okay.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank you for the pronunciation. That was perfect. And I also want to thank staff for looking into the pro-housing designation. It's awesome that the city is on a good track to get priority access to affordable housing funds. We all know that's a major constraint to hitting our targets. Before I get into the rest of my comment, I just want to start off, why am I here? I'm a 26-year-old. 2 years ago, I did not know who, the mayor was. I didn't know what EPC was. I didn't know what a housing element was. And the only reason I have figured out any of this stuff is because I graduated from college and the majority of my friends were deciding between leaving the area or moving back in with their family. And most of the people who stayed here are still living with their family. My neighbors who live in RVs on Crisanto, they're going to get mass evicted by the city soon. Personally, I don't even know what my future is in the city because of the housing crisis. So you heard this at housing element meetings, if any of you attended them. The housing crisis is affecting people really personally. And I think it's incumbent on the city not to ask, what do we need to do to get HCD's approval, but ask, what do we need to do in order to meet the housing needs of the city? The current plan in front of you does not do that. Number one, the concept behind this back pocket rezoning basically is this idea that we should only care about what can we get past HCD and not what do we need to do to build the homes that people need. Second, the site inventory is basically a status quo site inventory. I mean, that's how it was designed. And we know the status quo is not working for people, and it would be a disservice to the working people who showed up to these meetings to ask for a real plan to the housing crisis, only to get this. There's just no way the city can accommodate an almost fourfold increase in our housing targets while excluding R1 lots, R2 lots, and every residential lot with an existing density greater than a triplex. We're relying on commercial sites like the Target next to me that has plenty of people going there. There are a lot of commercial sites that it does not seem very realistic that all of these will get converted into 100% affordable housing. And I hope we have a realistic plan that takes into account actual rates of development. In the current cycle, we're on track to develop about 1 in 5 of our sites in the site inventory. So you should apply a lot of scrutiny to a site inventory that claims to have a lot higher likelihood of development than that. We need a real plan to the housing crisis. We can't just try to get a plan that's flimsy, that we think we can get by state regulators. That's doing a disservice to Mountain View residents who are overburdened with rent or facing displacement. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand I see raised is William Lambert. William, I'm going to allow you to talk. You can begin when you see the timer.
Great. Thank you very much, commissioners. My name is Bill Lambert. I'm a resident of Montaloma neighborhood. I apologize for being late to this meeting, but prior to the meeting, I attended a 2.5-hour meeting of the Montaloma a group, the facilitator dealing with the questions surrounding the Montaloma Park and the Montaloma School. It's if you haven't watched that or paid attention to it, I highly encourage you to do so, because it really points out the sort of challenges of land use in Mountain View that have come about with increased residential growth. And so, as you discuss this this proposal by the city, I would encourage you to think about the infrastructure that is required to support the increased growth, infrastructure, meaning schools, meaning transportation, meaning parks and open space, meaning everything that goes into making a community livable. And it's all about context, I think. And it's the most important thing is you can look at housing, but you have to look at the housing also in the context of everything else that makes residences a place where people want to live and enjoy their life and be successful and, you know, and be sort of self-fulfilled. So just think of that as you discuss this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker I see is Tony Rath. Tony, I will allow you to speak. You can speak when you see the timer.
All right. Yeah, thank you for taking some comments here. My name is Tony Rath. I'm a resident of Cuesta Park. I want to thank the Commission for your work and on the housing element update. And I also want to compliment the staff on the progress with the update and thank them for identifying an inventory of RHNA sites that does not include the R3 rezoning. And I want to say that I am supportive of the proposed site inventory and applying for the pro-housing designation that recognizes Mountain View's efforts in increasing the housing stock, but also want to add a qualification to that. The application should be restricted to include housing policies that are already adopted by Mountain View, and it shouldn't be used to basically as a driver for new policies around the housing stock. Many of the proposals in the application are aimed at sharply increasing the construction activity beyond Mountain View's RHNA allocation. And to give some perspective, the 11,000 RHNA units that we are talking about, they amount to more than 25% of Mountain View's housing stock, current and under construction. And that RHNA allocation is also by far the highest per capita in all of Santa Clara County. Let me repeat that. It's not just the highest per capita, it is by far the highest allocation. So Mountain View is doing a lot more than other cities. And there's another item that I would like to comment on, one of the goals in the staff report. There seems to be construction on every block in Mountain View these days. So clearly construction is not unattractive. And I find it very difficult to see what case can be made for reducing the developer impact fees under these circumstances. They are important to help maintain the quality of life that we all enjoy here. And the same goes for the minimum parking requirements. If you go by an area that has multifamily homes or apartments, and it is easy to see that street parking is tight. And the state mandate has already reduced the minimum parking requirements for projects that include affordable housing. So it seems kind of strange to reduce them even more. The pro-housing application includes many more troublesome proposals, such as removing public hearings for some projects and several other items, as Robert Cox has pointed out. I very much recommend you look through them. So to summarize, I'm supportive of applying for the pro-housing application, but it should be based on Mountain View's current policies. And where possible, goals should be selected to further Mountain View's own housing goals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
The next speaker I see is Kelsey at yimbyaction.com or .org. Kelsey, I will allow you to speak. You can speak when you see the timer.
Thank you. Good evening again. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Rex Manor. I live in multifamily housing, and I do want to start by saying there is ample street parking, despite there being quite a lot of apartments here. I have the choice to park on the street if I wanted, but I would much rather park in the parking lot. And I'll say that I live in a 2-bedroom apartment and we have 1 car. So we don't need, 2 parking spots per bedroom or what have you. But I'll get on topic. So I am part of the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements. And I do want to note that Fair housing is something that wasn't mentioned in the staff presentation, and I do think it's an important part of the discussion that we should center in our discussions of the housing element, especially as we look at sites. I do think there's a notable absence of sites in the heart of downtown or near the heart of downtown. Most of them seem to be concentrated on high traffic corridors and places that have fewer resources relative to downtown. So I would like to see a downtown precise plan. I agree with all of Salim's comments, but I don't really understand this concept of the back pocket rezoning, in that, like, why are we keeping policy changes that we need to get people housed in our back pocket? If we know these are policy solutions, let's bring them to the table and get them done in the next decade. I also just wanted to point out, now that we're not looking at R3, I do support, thinking about how to prevent displacement in non-conforming R1 and R2 places. I think that's really important, but the zoning is going to become strange here in that R1 is going to be more dense than R2 and R3 in many cases, which is just sort of strange. And I will end with supporting the pro-housing designation. I think it's great if Mountain View is going to pursue that. And I do think Mountain View has been good on housing, certainly better than many of our neighbors, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. The time it takes to permit is still long. The zoning is still restrictive. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I hope we can make a plan to tackle it in this housing element update. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker?
Yes, our next speaker appears to be Kevin Ma. Kevin, I'm going to allow you to speak, and then you may speak when you see the timer. Okay.
Evening, commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma, again from the San Antonio neighborhood. Fundamentally, we're given a plan right now that basically does no zoning changes. And if we see our previous RENA results, we've basically failed miserably on our low and moderate income brackets. Again, RENA is based off of specific income brackets that you do need to match individual. Otherwise, we get penalties such as SB 35, getting rid of a few public meetings so we can build such targeted income developments. We have built a lot of above moderate income, but as we can see from, day to day, rents are still going up. Single family homes have risen by 10% during the pandemic. We're not really making this place any better affordable. I know that some people say that compared to the rest of the county, we're doing much better. That's a very low bar, right? The rest of the county is facing school closures because they do not have enough young people moving in with families, because everyone else decided that it's so expensive here, there's no point in spending, toiling 15 years for a condo built 50 years ago. Like, we should be doing better. We should be creating a place that everyone of all ages, of all backgrounds can have a space without overcrowding. I live on Latham. The reason there's so many cars is because so many people have to bundle together in the same apartment because it's so expensive to live here. And I really don't want to spend my 20s in these meetings at 9 p.m. on a Wednesday night trying to say that we should have more focus on the biggest cost of all our lives is on the place we live. We cannot be a community if there's enough people just worried day to day, like making rent, making payments, making mortgage payments, making any kind of these kind of things that drag on everyone's minds. Like, people talk about retail, like, why aren't there retails? Like, the retail workers can't afford here. They have to all live in San Jose, in the East Bay. You know, we have janitors and workers commuting from the Central Valley to be here. Sure, they made a choice to get the wages, but this is not really doing anyone's favors. You have teachers who cannot interact with their students after school because they might have to commute half an hour away. You have firefighters that might be commuting from Antioch. Like, there's a firefighter serving on the Gilroy City Council who does his firefighting in Oakland. Like, we really need to be doing better to ensure that the place is for everybody, not just those who made it because they got here early. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker I see is Hala Al-Shawawani. Hala, I'm going to allow you to speak. Oh. There we go.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Hala Al-Shawani, and I am a longtime resident in Mountain View in Cuesta Park neighborhood. I'm gonna back on the comment that was just given before me. I really did not see a lot of emphasis on affordable housing in the city staff recommendations. I know in totality, the RENA numbers will be met because of all the approved projects in the city for the next cycle. But I am worried about meeting the affordable housing portion of those requirements. And I would really like to see some solutions. I mean, we keep, bringing these up meeting after meeting, but I am not seeing any good solid solutions for increasing the affordable percentage of the housing in Mountain View. For example, the enforcement of the 15% requirement that the developer has to designate, to affordable housing. Unfortunately, Mountain View allows the developers to opt out and pays a fee in lieu of providing the affordable housing, 15% of what they build. And I think the city should really consider making it a requirement and not allowing any opt-outs for the developers. And I know people have said in the past, well, if you make it a requirement, then the developers always come back and say it was too expensive to give 15% for affordable housing is not financially viable for them. Then I would say, seek out some other solutions to remedy that. I think Vice Chair Yin, in the last meeting session, the first one that we had on housing element, she actually mentioned seeking community land trusts to subsidize the 15% or even more percentage of affordable housing from the developers. And I have not seen any efforts or suggestions or studies from the city staff to even look into that. I would really like to urge the staff to look at serious solutions to change the situation so we have actual affordable housing in Mountain View, because I think that's the dilemma. There are lots of rental signs that I see around my neighborhood and elsewhere. So people can rent for a lot of money, but it's not affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker?
Yeah, I see an individual with a 208 area code number. Going to allow them to speak.
That's it.
Okay, you may speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, yes, hello. My name is Isaac Stone. I live in Mountain View. I wanted to make a couple comments. I think staff has done a very good job in selecting a site inventory that meets the RENA requirements, but I would quibble with one point in the staff report where they said they selected a good number of sites to meet Mountain View's housing needs. I think as long as we have a jobs to housing imbalance, our needs are not met. Currently, the imbalance is about 2 to 1, which means we need to have an inventory that is double our current housing to meet our housing needs, which is not nearly enough in the arena cycle. And we will just keep building just barely enough to meet state requirements over and over again every 8 years. I think that we should be more bold and a lot more housing. You eliminate R1, you eliminate R2, saying there's not enough density. You eliminate R3 because we don't want to displace people. We eliminate RMH because we don't want to get rid of our mobile home developments. That leaves hardly anything. We need to do better. I would suggest looking again at R1 and R2 and thinking about ways that we can develop that aren't high rises but do allow more density than we currently have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. One more person?
Yeah, one person appears to speak. David Watson. David, I will allow you to speak. Please speak when you see the timer. Okay.
Hi, I'm David Watson. I've been a resident of Mountain View my entire life. Growing up, I had friends in high school who didn't go into the tech industry, and all of them have been forced to move out of town by the high cost of housing. I have 2 daughters now, and I want to make sure that they'll be able to choose where they live, not just based on which industry they decide to go into one day. So I want to start by saying that it appears like there's going to be a serious problem with the number of lack of low and very low income housing. The sites in the inventory are projected for lots of below market rate, while actual projects being built have been way fewer. So to reach the BMR target, the city should list many more sites and donate land for all affordable projects, or both. According to Table 2 on page 7 of the staff report, opportunity sites are projected to be 5,400 out of 6,800, 80% BMR units, whereas actually proposed projects in the pipeline are on track to be 1,800 out of the 8,200, which is 22% BMR units. So I think that we really are currently on track to be significantly behind in terms of the low and very low income housing. Further, I wanted to bring up that I think that one of the biggest things standing in the way of building affordable housing in Mountain View is the parking requirements. Thanks to the in lieu parking options that were provided in downtown Mountain View, as well as San Jose and some other places, it was possible to calculate in Donald Shoup's The High Cost of Free Parking how much we are effectively charging developers by requiring that they build parking. And often the required parking makes up the largest single fee of all fees for new housing, and that includes for affordable housing developments. I think that we should take a serious look at our parking minimums and consider changing them to be parking maximums, specifically with the goal of making it possible to more cheaply build affordable housing. Again and again, the city finds that it costs more than they expected to build new units, and again, that is caused by the very high cost of required minimum parking. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers. We'll bring it back to commission. So we will move to the general questions. We're going to jump ahead to question It's question 2, and specifically the so there's the back pocket, and specifically the topic of the general plan village center sites. So we'll ask Commissioner Dempsey to lead. Is it?
Yeah, so I think we recommended, if the chair wants to do that, that's fine, but I think we did recommend that if there are general EPC questions, they can ask those now before Commissioner Dempsey left.
You're right. You're right. I missed it on the script. Thank you. So Commissioner Hanmeyer.
I just wonder if staff could refresh my memory about how ADUs are treated in all of this. I saw a projection in the staff report about 96 or so units, and I just wanted to better understand how that fits in, particularly given the R1 landscape. Is that something we can count toward the units? They're not deed restricted, right? So I just want to better understand what it looks like in actuality.
Sure. So the first step was to look at our history of ADU production and to project that forward. And that's where we ended up at the roughly 100 or so estimated ADUs. There is a regional study out now that we're relying on for how to allocate ADUs to different income levels. And so that looked at ADUs that have actually been built in the region and what, are they used for, family members? Are they rented out? Are they, and they're kind of allocated to those different purposes and deemed housing for different income levels based on those different purposes. And so we're planning on using that study to allocate among the different income levels.
They do count toward our overall, once we know what the income level they fall into, they do count as new housing for the next cycle.
When they're actually built?
Yeah.
That's actually a good question. I think that's something that we need to actually look into more, because obviously as part of our process of approving ADUs, we don't ask people, is this going to be rented lower income or anything. So when they're actually constructed, I don't know, Matt, you have any inkling about where HCD might end up with that on the APRs?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. So I see HCD encouraging jurisdictions to actually do surveying or documenting of how those units are going to be used when they're approved. So some jurisdictions just have the owners fill out a little questionnaire to say, how's the unit being used? Is it, rented to somebody outside the family? Is it occupied by a family member? Is rent charged? If so, how much? And just keeping records of that, that would give you, in the absence of something like this regional study, it would give you the basis to make assumptions for your ADU production for the following RENA cycle.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dempsey.
So I'm not sure if this is a general question or a question one question, but I'll ask it nonetheless. You can tell me if now's the time. I note for table 2, and I don't want to get too much into the details of this, but for the pipeline projects, there tends to be an abundance of above moderate units allocated to it and a small number of low moderate. And then when you look at opportunity sites, it's actually flipped around. And that's a pretty big glaring difference that the truth is I didn't understand why that happened. And so I guess my question is, without getting into too much detail, can you explain to me why the concentrations of numbers are flipped in that table 2 between pipeline projects and opportunity sites? And is the methodology we use to allocate how much is low moderate, how much is above to those sites, is that the same methodology that HCD uses when they look at our plans?
I'm actually going to throw this one to, I think Bev, probably the best one to answer this one. But in terms of HCD direction, maybe Matt can chime in as well. But go ahead, Bev.
Sure. Thank you, Eric, and good evening to everyone. It's a really excellent question. And, our goal in working with staff is to not only meet the RENA, but as some, members of the public had mentioned, how we can really, further housing production within the city and take a look at the constraints. And so the methodology that we've applied thus far to the sites inventory, the draft sites inventory, which will evolve over the next few months, is consistent with the methodologies that other jurisdictions are applying to the low and moderate income units. And so given that we have the units we're seeing from the pipeline, we do need to ensure that we have the sites identified for low and moderate. And so following HCD guidelines, given the characteristics of the sites, the default density that's allowable, the size of the site, these units are suitable to support low and moderate income units.
Yeah, I'll just tag on to that with regard to this question about a certain percentage of pipeline projects being affordable. That's based on the known affordability of those projects. So you have an actual project proposal, and you can tell either via regulatory agreement or other means how much of those units are actually going to be affordable. So you have to go strictly with what's known about those projects. For opportunity sites that do not have a specific development application, they are identified as potentially supporting affordable housing. If the density is above that default minimum density of 30 units or more, there's the potential to actually count the whole site as affordable, because theoretically, it could support affordable housing development. However, that would be a very aggressive assumption and could lead to problems down the road in terms of the no net loss provisions if an actual development comes in and it's all market rate or only a small portion is affordable. So those assumptions have been dialed back considerably to go with a lower level of affordability. That still represents this potential to support affordable housing development. So it's a balancing of trying to make reasonable assumptions, accommodate demonstrate how the city can accommodate its RHNA within the guidelines that HCD has laid out, but also make sure that in the future, as sites actually build out, we haven't overshot or overestimated the affordable housing unit potential to the extent that you have a situation where no net loss rules require the city to rezone additional sites to make up for that lost affordable housing development potential.
So just so that I'm clear, the way that we've allocated the numbers in the opportunity sites, that's reflecting more what's possible than what we think is likely.
I think it's a blending of that. It's tempered by reality, but is showing that it is possible for these sites to develop with higher levels of affordable housing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that one of the driving factors of whether affordable housing gets built is really the available funding, right? Every affordable housing development is at a loss, and so if the funding isn't available, then no matter how many sites we zone for it, that's the constraining factor. And so that's why traditionally RHNA has been primarily a process of identifying sites rather than necessarily a process of specific forecasting of affordable units.
Okay. Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Nunez.
Yep, thanks for the report. I had a question around kind of the parameters and definitions around what cycle a project would actually fall into. So like, for example, right, we're going into cycle 6 or we're planning for that and then got cycle 5. So in terms of determining a project does it fall into cycle 5 or cycle 6, or can we even count it for cycle 6? What does that look like? So would it be, for example, the project had to have been approved by the council or something, and it had to have started before the next cycle was approved by HCD? Like, how do you, I think you guys get where I'm getting at. Like, how do you define what cycle a project can count to?
Hey, so Matt, what is the latest from HCD on this? Thanks.
Yeah, based on our latest conversations with them, we believe that we're able to count units towards the 6th cycle that will actually be constructed and occupied in the 6th cycle. So if they were approved, but construction hasn't yet started, those potentially will be counted as 6th cycle units.
Yeah, generally when the building permit is issued, that is to start construction, that is when it gets applied to a particular cycle.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Other Commissioner questions? Commissioner Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question. You may not have the answer right away, but I'm intrigued. And I should have looked before through the email opportunities that we had to ask a question. But when was the last time we actually had a project that was built just focused towards low and moderate housing in Mountain View?
Well, the combination of low and moderate housing doesn't really happen. We have generally developments that serve low and very low populations. And we've done quite a few of those, specifically, especially targeted to the very low. We just had a development open at 950 El Camino, where the Taco Bell used to be. And so that's a very recent affordable housing project that was completed. The moderate income units have historically been a challenge in our arena. I think you'll see in our next APR that we really haven't been successful in getting them, but we are seeing some innovative developer proposals for mixed income housing that includes moderate and above moderate housing. But again, the combination of low and moderate doesn't really happen.
Yeah, and that's my concern, right? Natural aging buildings, I get that they have the chance to be able to be modified one way or another. I support the ability for owners to be able to do that, right? To help themselves out that way and also help the community out. But I'm not too optimistic about the targeting of certain sites related to low income housing or moderately priced housing. I would love to see something added on to the possibilities to those sites. I also understand that we're limited with what's out there, and we're also limited with what it is that we receive as a proposal from a developer, right? And so I'm wondering, and bear with me because I am new to this process, but I love to be able to also suggest or look into or figure out if there are any incentives that we can provide to gain steam towards this vision of looking at things differently. I know there's some there already, but it doesn't seem to be enough to be able to turn the page to a brighter story. And that's what worries me, because I know right now, no matter how much we build, we're not going to be able to catch up. And if we build too fast and we're not smart about it, it's going to bite us in the end. And so I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic, because I'm still more worried about what the future will lie in store for us within not the next 5 to 10 years, but within the 1 to the 3 year mark, because I see that there's a lot of changes happening. Just quickly, a lot of the friends that I had who worked at Google or at Apple, they're not here anymore because of COVID. They moved, right? They were able to move out of the area. So a lot of these areas that I'm familiar with, like on Latham Street, there's vacancies, but they're not really being filled up. A lot of young people are moving out. And a caller brought this up before, that affordability is a big issue. So if you don't have families that want to stay because they don't feel they can afford to be here, I think that explains why you have a lot of housing that's built, but that's above average, right? Above BMR rates, because they're the ones coming in on contract for a few years. They're here, they move out next. So I'd like to be able to see if there's something there that we can look at together to see if we can try and problem solve this a little bit better. Thanks.
Any other general questions? Okay, I have a couple. One of the things that wasn't entirely clear to me is, if something's included in the list that we showed at HCD, does it have to have completed rezoning and legislative action prior to the beginning of 2023, or can items that we're working through but have not yet cleared council be included on that list?
So there is a 1-year deadline if we adopt our housing element by, I believe, May 2023. So, a 3-year deadline if we adopt by May 2023. If we don't adopt by May 2023, then we only have a 1-year grace period to enact those rezonings. Is that correct, Matt? Do I have that right?
Yes, with the qualification that it's really about having the element found to be in compliance with state law by those dates. So we actually have to adopt a little bit early, so we have time for HCD to do its review and provide their findings of compliance.
And then also the 1 year is from adoption, or the 3 years, or whichever it is. When is that counted from?
It is from the statutory deadline for adoption, which is the January 2023 date.
Okay, so if we include something on the list that requires approval by council, it has to be finished that process before the end of 2023. Is that what I'm hearing?
If we don't get our housing element certified by May 2023. If we do get it certified by May 2023, then we have an extra 2 years to do that. So it's an incentive to get the housing element approved quickly.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is, does everything have to get through the process if we look at a series of actions that we believe will contribute to the housing element, and that, but some of them are still in process at the time that we submit it? Will HCD accept it and certify it while we continue to work through the details? Or does everything have to be done, signed, sealed, and delivered before they will ever accept anything? It sounds like it's the former, but it sounds like HCD would probably want to make sure that would probably ask a lot of questions about those things that we're still in process. Is that fair?
So there are many programs, as Ellen outlined in her presentation before talking about the sites inventory, programs and policies that will be implemented over the 8-year period of the 6th housing element cycle, so post-adoption. Among those programs, if there is a program calling for rezoning necessary to fully accommodate the RENA, then as Eric mentioned, that needs to be completed within 3 years of the statutory deadline for adoption of the housing element update, as long as we're able to get that certification by May of 2023. So you'd have three years to complete any rezoning that hadn't been done yet that was needed to accommodate the RENA. And then if we're not able to get that certification by May of 2023, then there's a 1-year deadline from January 2023 to get those rezonings done. But a lot of other actions will not be subject to those timelines, but need to be done within that housing element planning period, the 8-year period.
Okay, thanks. Does anybody remember what percentage over did we come into this cycle on each of the categories? So you're showing is roughly 25% over identified on the low and moderate, and 61% on the above. how does that compare to how we entered cycle 5?
There was no net loss at the no net loss at the beginning of cycle 5. So the city identified as many units as was required by RENA.
So was it the exact number, or I'm not?
I don't know off the top of my head if it was an exact number, but it was probably very, very close. You know, if it was over, it was just because, you know, we stopped at a particular site and that site gave us a few extra units over. But because there was no net loss, no net loss law, there was no reason to identify a buffer.
And on the no net loss, so if we identify 25% over and we end up with exactly 100%, have we missed it because we were 25% under what we identified? I'm trying to understand how the no net loss works.
As long as you remain able to fully accommodate the RENA, you are okay with respect to no net loss. So the buffer is what allows you to potentially lose some housing unit capacity and not have to get into rezonings.
The no net loss, essentially, you can't drop below the number, below the RENA numbers.
Correct. And that's counting what you actually produced and then the remaining inventory.
And then my last question is kind of a, can it be included kind of a question. So one of the things that we've discussed in previous meetings is, you know, being able to drive additional housing around things like the Caltrain sites and, you know, the high quality transit locations. We haven't specifically looked at, are there ways, things that we could do to actually make those locations more accessible by people? Are actions like that something that would be permitted within the policy and actions to look at how do you make sites that are not necessarily close to those more accessible to people that aren't in those locations? Is that and then is that something that can be included in our actions and our policies, or is that just totally off the mark by HCD?
I would say it's not off the mark if it's a value that the city has and wants to encourage and propagate through the housing element. I would say that for things like transportation infrastructure, which I think is what you're alluding to, you know, kind of improved connectivity in neighborhoods, improved access to transit, improved transit services to neighborhoods. For things like that, we would tend to look at other chapters, other elements of the general plan before looking at the housing element to address those issues. In terms of what HCD is looking for in terms of transit access or access to services or anything like that, Matt, do you have any insight on that?
Well, I think in this cycle, HCD does have more of a focus on the accessibility of resources to areas housing your lower income and minority populations. So to the extent that there's a opportunity to improve the access, say, between housing where there are numbers of lower income or minority population, and making connections better to jobs, services, community amenities, and so forth, they would be very happy, I think, to see programs around improving that connectivity and access. So yes, I think that's certainly on the mark if we identify some opportunities like that.
All right, any other general questions by commissioners? Commissioner Vice Chair Yin?
One quick question. Can staff remind me if a site is chosen and put in for this cycle, if it doesn't develop, can we count it in the next cycle?
There are limitations, and I don't know if the limitations are ongoing or just for this cycle. Bev, I think you're probably a good one to answer this one.
Yeah, the rules may change, and so again, there's been comments about, how can we increase the buffer, whether it's for low and moderate or other. But we had intentionally wanted to kind of balance this inventory again to not only meet the RHNA, but consider that, if we place too many units into this cycle, how are we to, address the seventh cycle, whatever that may look like, and what those regulations may, what those may look like as well. And so within this draft inventory, we did look at, fifth cycle sites, and if it made sense to include those. At this time, we have not. But again, the inventory may change as we progress through this process. And so I think we've tried to build in enough flexibility and remain conservative in our assumptions so that if things kind of come on or come off, we can continue to fine tune and hopefully meet to the satisfaction of HCD.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I go ahead, Matt, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to tag on to that for the sixth cycle, at least, as the law is currently written, the rule with respect to sites that have been identified in prior cycles is that if you have a non-vacant site that was included in one prior housing element cycle, you've got to have a program to rezone that site, and you're going to include it in the sixth cycle. You've got to have a program to rezone that site for by right development for a housing project that contains at least 20% affordable units. If you have a vacant site, that requirement isn't triggered until it's been used in two prior consecutive housing element cycles. So in this case, both the fourth and fifth cycles for a vacant site to be included in the sixth cycle, then you'd have that requirement for the rezone for by right for 20% affordable projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, because I know that sometimes, planning things just takes time. And if you've allocated it and that's the intention, the city has really very little way to force a developer to propose a project or property owner. So I'm just glad to see the flexibility in that they'll allow for this to be in the next cycle, but with the incentive that eventually, please, let's do something. Okay, great.
Any other general questions? Okay. Then we will move to what was in the staff report, question 2, but specifically the discussion of general plan village centers, and we will ask Commissioner Dempsey to recuse himself for that and then bring him back when we move to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So again, it's kind of a sub question of question 2 is, does the EPC support the inclusion of general plan village centers among the proposed back pocket rezoning? And so just Eric, just to make sure we read it, so the general plan ones are not necessarily the ones that, because the village center structure on El Camino is different. So this would be things like the Montaloma, or the one at the corner of Rangsdorf and Middlefield, those kind of sites they're not on El Camino, correct?
Right. So these are the small neighborhood shopping strip malls that are integral to neighborhoods like Blossom Valley, like on Cuesta Miramani, or like Montaloma Plaza on Rangsdorf and Middlefield.
The Montaloma Plaza actually would not fall into that because it's not identified as a village center, correct?
So we're in the staff report, we listed the ones that are identified in the general plan. And then we also, and you can include this as part of your discussion, identified 2 other sites that are not currently identified in the general plan, but have similar characteristics. And the 2 others that are not identified in the general plan, but have similar characteristics are Montaloma Plaza and Bailey Park, which is on the corner of Montecito and Shoreline.
So, Vice Chair Yin?
Is it okay to ask questions specific to the question now? Okay, yeah, I was just curious if on the transit center, whether or not there was any discussion about air rights building over.
The transit center would be a different one, right?
I'm sorry.
The transit center, Commissioner Dempsey can join us for. So if you want to hold that question for when Commissioner Dempsey is around.
Absolutely.
This is specifically Blossom Valley Shopping Center in Cuesta and Miramonte. Grant Park Plaza, so it's the one kind of as you come down 237 and cross, get away from El Camino. And then Valley Park, which is where the Safeway is on Shoreline, Montaloma Plaza, which where the small Safeway is there, and then any others that would fall into that. So Commissioner Clark.
I was just going to say I'm fine with the inclusion of all those.
Commissioner Nunez.
So I have some questions for this. So I'll start off by asking about the Target site. Have we gotten any indication or kind of word that there's any thinking around redeveloping that site to housing?
Not specifically, although after this process, we are going to do more outreach to property owners before we come back with the draft. So we'll have more information about that come May. However, there was an application, I don't know, probably about 10 years ago or so, to tear down the existing Target building and rebuild it with a different Target building that ultimately wasn't pursued. But certainly that is indication that the building has reached near the end of its useful life.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to clarify, is the Target part of San Antonio Precise Plan or is it separate?
It is part of the San Antonio Precise Plan. And again, that just to clarify, that's not part of the Village Center discussion right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, as far as the Blossom Valley component goes, just because my understanding is that as far as the general plan goes, it looks like it's designated neighborhood mixed use. Is that correct? The Blossom Valley site?
Yeah, that's its general plan designation.
And then the one on Grant, I think it's I forgot what it is, Grant Park. It's a precise plan essentially, right?
It's currently in a precise plan that doesn't allow residential, yeah.
Okay, cool. But then in the general plan, I think it's designated as mixed use corridor.
That's correct.
So if some developer out there, was kind of like trawling our general plan, what would be able to prevent them from coming in and, kind of submitting an application for an SB 35 style project?
Well, I don't know enough about SB 35 to say. However, certainly under the Housing Accountability Act now, they would certainly be able to propose a project. However, there would be challenges in determining development standards, and that process could add difficulty or challenges to reviewing the project that they may not want to pursue.
Okay, yeah, just because I actually, I'm very aware of instances where there have been discrepancies between zoning and general plans, and with SB 35 at that stage, whether the zoning or general plan indicates that some residential can be put in place there, we're kind of out of luck in terms of being able to have any kind of control over that project, right? And so one of the things that I'm thinking through this, these sites from is also we want to make sure we get this approved by HCD. Last I heard, we were allocating about $1 million, which is a lot of money to be putting towards this, item. And one of the key, aspects of this is the AFFH, I believe, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. And so, as part of what the HCD will be looking at, we're going to be getting rated or graded or, considered for how equitable the distribution is of our precise plan. And one of the things that I did notice is that really very few, if any, of the sites on the inventory map were placed in the south of El Camino region. There are very high performing schools down there, which again kind of lends itself towards that equity. And so when it comes to these two sites with the Blossom Valley and that Grant Park precise plan area, I think it would be a pretty strong consideration to kind of proactively zone that to clear up those discrepancies. And to be able to actually exert a lot more control over any kind of project that, right now we wouldn't have as much control over if someone, wanted to get one over on us. And I think that, if we wanted to, it would be wise, this is just my opinion, throwing it out there for everyone, it would be wise to put those sites into the inventory map as a way to make sure that we are also hitting those fair housing requirements that the HCD is going to be looking for, and also making sure that we're giving ourselves a lot more, control essentially over what happens with those two sites, which I'm sure people would want to have control over those sites. So my 2 cents on that item.
If I can I paraphrase it back in a sentence? It sounds like you would definitely support it being on the backup list, but you might also take the next step of actually recommended being part of the primary list. Is that correct?
I would recommend that it be included in the primary inventory list, especially to make sure we're also hitting those fair housing requirements that we're going to be getting graded on.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamler.
Thank you. Like Commissioner Clark, I support including these sites. I do think I am sure Commissioner Nunez's concern about the distribution of these sites throughout the city. I also think there's some pragmatic considerations for why we wouldn't want to lead with this and see how our current buffer that the staff and the consultants have identified can allow us to get to those numbers. I think it's just a more nuanced process, and I would want to make sure that before we make that recommendation, we really understand what the other units, what the opportunity sites really look like. Because as much as we want to be proactive and see what's coming in our pipeline, I think these areas in particular, we need to just look at what is the possibility of it being rezoned and developed in a way that would actually generate units in this housing cycle. And that's where I'm just not as convinced that it would be imminent. So eager to hear what others have to say.
Actually, for my scorekeeping here, can I go back to Commissioner Clark? You sounds like you support Grant Park and where's the names here? In Boston Valley, do you also support the idea of including Valley Park and Montaloma Plaza in that list?
I do. Yeah, okay. I have backup. Yeah.
And Commissioner Nunez, you didn't comment on Valley Park and Montaloma Plaza. What's your feedback there?
Yeah, I would be happy to have those as the back pocket sites and still hold the recommendation that we include the 2 south of El Camino sites in the in the inventory map.
Gotcha. And Commissioner Hairmeyer, Valley Park and Montaloma Plaza. Yes. Okay.
Are you saying Bailey Park?
Huh?
Are you saying Bailey Park off of Shoreline? Is that what I want to make sure?
I pronounce it Valley, but I guess it's B-A-I-L-E-Y.
I just want to make sure. Shoreline used to be Bailey or Valley. Maybe I've been mispronouncing it all these years. Yes, I am supportive. Thanks.
All right, other commissioners? Vice Chair Yin?
Like my predecessors, I agree that the Blossom Valley and Grant Hill should be looked at. And I do think the other two sites can be looked at as well. I would look at them in that order, though. The first two and then the latter two, just because I don't, well, we'll just leave it at that. And I feel like I would look at them in order to include them in the inventory if we don't make our numbers. So definitely as back pocket. But if we were to need to look at them, it would go in that order.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
I like Commissioner Yin's perspective and Chris, but I'll go with Alex's perspective on this one. I like that approach.
Okay, so you prefer to bring them into the first two into inventory and the other two in the back part. Okay. All right. So I'm in support of the 4 as part of the backup. I am going to ask staff a question. I don't know if there's a name for the plaza at the corner of Rangsdorf and Central Expressway. It would seem to be even more available than the Valley Park or Montaloma Plaza might be. Does it not fit into the criteria you're looking at, number one? And then what about the Charleston Center, where the REI and Best Buy and Bed Bath and Beyond have disappeared? Do they fall into this category, or would they be different?
So the site at Central and Rangsdorf does actually fall into this category. It's one of a smattering of other sites around the city that does fall into this category, including some sites on Rangsdorf and Old Middlefield. So yes to that. The REI site on Charleston does not. It was never contemplated as part of our village center strategy in the general plan. It really has no residential very near it, so it doesn't fit that characteristic of walkable place adjacent to local neighborhoods.
Okay, so I support the 4. I'd suggest that we also consider you add one of your candidate sites, that whatever we want to call the Hobies Plaza, corner of Rangsdorf and Central. Do others support that? I'm saying to that. Seeing nods. Vice Chair Yin, yes. Commissioner Gutierrez, yes. Nunez, yes. Okay. So it looks like we have Vice Chair Yin. Did you have another question, or I think we've got everybody kind of aligned with that, with 2 commissioners preferring to include Grant Park and Blossom Valley on the list, at the very least including them as a on the backup list, and the rest of the commissioners supporting the 4 as on the backup list. Is that Commissioner Vice Chair Yin?
Oh, yes, I'm in favor of that. I was nodding. I just had another little add-on to what I was going to say earlier, but that doesn't affect this.
Okay. All right. So, there's Ellen. You've got your consensus there. Okay. All right. You want to, before we bring Commissioner Dempsey back, Vice Chair Yin? Do you want to?
Sure. I was just going to say that I believe Robert Cox had mentioned, and I was reminded when you said walkable neighborhoods, that if these areas that have retail and commercial are going to be looked at, that maybe there's a provision that retains all that retail on the ground floor, because we are aiming for walkable neighborhoods, neighborhood centers, and it would be a shame to take that away, where we would be taking away from our intention as a city.
I certainly would agree with that. Seeing Commissioner Gutierrez nodding his head, Commissioner Nunez nodding his head, Commissioner Clark, yes. Commissioner Hairmeyer, do you agree with that? We're trying to preserve the retail. Commissioner Hairmeyer?
Facilitate neighborhood serving retail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Can you reach Commissioner Dempsey and bring him back into the meeting? Welcome back. Okay, so we'll continue through the back pocket rezoning list. The next one was the transit center. Is there comment, support, discussion around the inclusion of that as part of a back pocket list? Any commissioners? Vice Chair Yin?
I know some work has already been done on it, but I was just curious whether or not there was any discussion on lowering the train, pushing it down a little bit, and then talking about air rights over. I don't know if that's something Caltrain even brought up, or if it was mentioned as a possibility of developing housing over the train line, if we can get the train line down.
Yeah, I don't believe it's been part of the discussion. One of the challenges here, I think, is that we're actually planning to do a pedestrian underpass under the train as well. So, kind of coordinating all of that, under Castro, the extension of Castro, right, across Central is going to be a pedestrian underpass. So, I do know that Caltrain, being the primary property owner of the parking lots, would have a lot to say about that. And then it also significantly affects the feasibility and the ultimate kind of overall project costs. So that, as the report said, there's still a lot of work to do on the question of development feasibility. And so I think that all of that would be kind of wrapped up in that discussion. If you look at the Transit Center Master Plan now, it is not proposing any buildings over the tracks, although it is proposing buildings over a bus, the bus loading area.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess my general feeling is I'm okay with including on the list because of the complications of Caltrain. I would probably not make it the first thing you spend a lot of time on. I think just there's other areas may have more opportunity to make progress faster and therefore be potentially better candidates to step in if there's a gap in the existing list. I like the idea, but I'm concerned about timeline and Caltrain's cooperation. So other thumbs up, thumbs down. Commissioners include, don't include. I see Vice Chair Yin, Haymeyer, yes. I missed your hand, Commissioner Dempsey. Was that up? That was up. Okay. Commissioner Nunez, yes. Commissioner Clark, yes. Yep. Okay. So everyone who wants and then Commissioner Gutierrez, thumbs up. Okay. So support inclusion of that. Next one was the Village Center overlay on El Camino Real. The inclusion of that. Commissioner Clark?
I do support that, and I don't know if this is the right time, but I was also going to suggest I think overall the El Camino Real corridor is developing I think reasonably well, not just in the village center areas. And so perhaps one strategy is but we may be reaching the EIR, the COA for the initial EIR study that we did when we did the El Camino Real precise plan. So like one possibility that we might want to look at is perhaps reopening that EIR and studying a higher densities in certain areas along the corridor, not just the village centers. I'm not saying we lead with that, but if that's something that might be of interest down the road, or we need other options at some point, I think I would be open to that. I don't know about others, but I think I wouldn't just focus on the village. I would focus on the village centers first, but I think there's also some other opportunities to further develop on El Camino Real. And one area that I'm specifically thinking of, for example, is the large empty lot that the hospital district has between Phyllis and Grant Road. That I think is an example of some place where density might not be too bothersome, at least right along El Camino. But.
Other commissioners? So just, I guess, kind of a comment. I think that El Camino is a little different than while it's a village center overlay, El Camino is also a little more community serving. One of the elements of the village center overlay in El Camino is that it requires 100% ground floor retail in those locations. And some of these lots have a lot of space where portions of the lot are very heavily used and other portions of the lot that are not heavily used. So I'm interested in preserving the retail, but I'm not necessarily convinced that it has to be 100% of the ground floor space has to be retail if you add more density. And I'd like to preserve the square footage associated with it, but not necessarily if it makes sense to relay out the space so that part of it becomes kind of hidden away and it's residential and it's apartment complex, and that doesn't to me doesn't have to be first floor retail. So I think we should look at that first floor retail requirement, but I'd like to preserve the square footage, but I'm not necessarily stuck on the idea of keeping 100% of the first floor purely retail. So I'd like to, in addition to the FAR question, I think that's worth at least evaluating. And I would agree with Commissioner Clark that there may be other spots along El Camino that we could look at that might break the EIR. So maybe we should open that up consider opening that up as well. Other commissioners? Favor, not in favor? Commissioner, I'll just kind of go through my screens here. Commissioner Gutierrez, are you in favor of including this on the backup list? Yes, no?
Yeah, I agree with Chris's perspective on that front.
Okay, Commissioner Nunez?
I feel there's a big chunk of this already focused on the El Camino corridor. I'm comfortable with adding this as, kind of very low on the list. I mean, this is the backup anyway, but if it could be the backup, I would probably be more comfortable.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Haymeyer?
Yeah, I'm fine to include it. I do think, to echo some of the public sentiment earlier, I think parking is the issue, right? I think I'd really want to see the investments in transit that are planned happen, because that'll make it a little bit more feasible to see that ground floor retail and not struggle as much with the circulation.
Vice Chair Yin?
Yeah, I would definitely go with the general plan village centers as our first backup, and then the others behind it. I think there are a slew of issues, and again, we're the Planning Commission, we see the benefits of planning. That takes a little bit of time. So for things that require a lot of changes and rezoning, I think maybe, yeah, we'll just, the village centers, number one, the others fall away as backup.
Commissioner Dempsey, I don't think I heard from.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready to rank order them, but I'm absolutely fine with its inclusion. I
think Mr. Anderson was in our earlier meeting was, we're we're not deciding on what's in or not. It's giving staff the guidance to say, this is worth putting on your list to maybe look at. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson? You're not looking us to say this goes on for sure, and you're just looking us to say, here's one that you consider and include it, right?
So I think ultimately how this is going to go is, if the council ultimately directs us to include these different categories of areas in the housing element as backup sites, we will include them in this round. Ultimately, it will be up to council in a future date when we actually start working on these. For the any other nominations that EPC may have, and there may be a majority of commissioners who agree with those nominations for other areas. I know there have been many sites that were been brought up in the public comment to be added either to the inventory or to the back pocket list. If there are any other nominations, then you can discuss those and come to consensus or majority about including those. But we can't necessarily include them in the housing element without further study. So those recommendations would be to further study.
All right. So that address your question, Mr. Dempsey?
It does, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm a little confused since I missed part of it, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Hairmeyer.
Just a question, Eric, on that point. So when I'm thinking about south of El Camino, like if in concept, and I think this is in one of the policy goals, if in concept we wanted to entertain conversations with churches or other nonprofit landowners, like is this the space where we would say something like that, or would you prefer to move that to a different part of the conversation?
If you want to, so right now, many churches actually already allow residential. Okay. A lot of them are zoned R1. And so those, in order to accommodate multifamily housing, may need to have their zoning changed. So I would say in order to encapsulate it into a rezoning kind of list, you should talk about it now. Or
I certainly don't have the knowledge of the inventory, but when I'm thinking about what's happening south of El Camino, the larger lots, right? There are schools, which is a different jurisdiction, right? There's churches. I just think if we only really have 2 sites that are currently zoned for housing and that we could look at in this next cycle, and we need to demonstrate an equitable distribution of housing across our city, I think that would be a concept I would like to explore, not being able to give staff or the consultants any direction beyond how can we look at what those landowners that would be that are not, single family homes and private individual owners.
Commissioner Gutierrez. You're on mute.
Yep. So Eric, quick question. So I'm glad you brought this up in terms of what has been proposed that wasn't originally on a list. Those would be for further study. Being new to this, how long do you think that would take?
Well, we would be able to come back with a draft of the housing element that would include this. And then you would be able to vote on or recommend to council on inclusion as part of the draft of the housing element in May.
All right, thank you.
The actual rezoning and what it would take in the rezoning, that could be a year plus long process, but to figure out whether we should include it in the housing element, we'd come back fairly quick.
Okay, and that was the question I was aiming to get answered, so thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate it.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, I would also be supportive of a overlay for sites with religious association.
Yeah. There were others.
For the study of it.
2 others, yes, on that. I see one thumb from Commissioner Yin. Hammer, you already said yes. Commissioner Gutierrez, would you support that? Potentially inclusion of religious sites? No? Okay. Commissioner Dempsey? Yes. And Commissioner Clark?
I'd be okay with it if it came to that in the backup list. I'm just not sure how to frame it, and I'm not sure how much effort I guess that would get into. But I would be open to looking at it.
I guess to me, I might be open to it, but it feels like it should be much further down the list. What would be my sense? So it sounds like you got that, Eric. Yeah. The one we haven't talked about is.
I'm sorry, I missed Vice Chair Yin's.
Oh, sorry.
I'm open to putting it on the list to investigate as back pocket.
And then we had the Moffett Boulevard, the precise plan. Must admit, I'm kind of surprised by how few units you think could be generated there. Can you comment on that, Eric or Alan?
So the developable sites in Moffett Boulevard are pretty few and far between. I mean, there are a few, strip malls. There's basically 2 strip malls. And then the rest of the sites are just tiny, tiny, tiny sites. And they, the kind of developable potential on those tiny, tiny sites, we don't have any experience of seeing multifamily development on sites of that size. We've just never seen it in the city, so we don't know if it can happen.
Can I interrupt with one little bit of good news, though? There's one small multifamily project that's coming up on an auto site that's been vacant for at least 35 years. So on the corner of Central and Moffett. So hopefully that's a sign in the right direction.
Yeah, but even that site is larger than many of the other sites on Moffett Boulevard. So that gives you an idea. That's a tiny site as well, but it gives you an idea of how tiny the other ones are.
So it sounds like Commissioner Heermeyer, you would be supportive of including Moffett on the backup list.
Absolutely, but I mean, I think the parcels are. I mean, they're not very deep and they're very limited. So I too shared your disappointment that there weren't more units generated, but should absolutely be included.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Clark, yes. Mr. Dempsey, yes. Commissioner Gutierrez, yes. Commissioner Nunez, yes. Commissioner Yin, yes. And myself, so that's all 7 to include. So we covered all of the ones that you listed here on the primary, it looks like. Are there any other additions? I mean, Commissioner Heermeyer brought up the religious sites. Are there any other areas that commissioners would suggest could be included as part of a backup list? Immediate. I had two. One's kind of a question, and I didn't have a chance to go back and relook at the entire San Antonio Precise Plan. My recollection was the San Antonio Precise Plan included a substantial amount of residential in the area that is essentially the Walmart parking lot and the area between there and the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way, okay, where the new school will be. And I see everything that I've heard says that Walmart's like, go away. We're happy here. It's one of our best performing sites. So don't even think about wording residential here. And I don't see any indication of the areas below that. So it raised a question in my mind, is there residential capacity already in the San Antonio Precise Plan and its EIR that could be potentially put someplace else? And in my mind, the Caltrain station at San Antonio is a high value transit center. The MTA site at or whatever it is, the San Francisco. The VTA site by the Walmart as a high value transit center. So could we look at maybe adding some areas over in Del Medio into the San Antonio precise plan? Are there any neighboring, so that there may not, even though it's a big precise plan, there may actually be residential capacity in that precise plan that could be added without having to do, like Commissioner Kirk mentioned on El Camino, a full new EIR. And so I thought that might at least worth looking at. Is there more residential capacity essentially already within the EIR in San Antonio? And I don't, what's the deal with the Cuesta Annex? What is it?
You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
That's why it's several people who submitted letters on it, and maybe Commissioner Clark, you can give us some history. I don't understand what the heck it is. I know it's a big vacant lot, and I get people who are like, no, don't touch it. And other people are like, oh, let's put housing here. And I'm like, so what is it? Can somebody help me out here?
That's been the question for as long as I've been in Mountain View, which is there are periodic proposals to do something with it that are met with fierce resistance, and eventually they sort of die. There have been a number of proposals over the years, even to just do some basic landscaping there and make it more walkable and accessible. And they've just there was even a full plan for that at one point that I think may have been adopted with a sort of Michelle, but staff will know more than I do. But this is going back to 2008, 2009, 2010 is sort of the last time I think it was revisited when they were thinking about putting perhaps a history museum or something out there. Anyway, it's a very controversial site. It's a sacred site for a lot of people.
Vice Chair Yin.
I don't know much about the history of it, so I can't add to that. What I do know currently, though, is that, we have a shortage of park space and open space, and granted, it's right next to Cuesta, but I believe there are things in motion to turn that area into a native planting area so that it becomes more of a wild-like place that has biodiversity and natural native plantings. So it'll be different than Cuesta Park is what I'm thinking and told. It's my impression. And since we have so little of it, I guess it's a bonus. It would be nice to see similar areas in other places around the city as well. But that's not part of the housing element. That would be in another discussion. But, it would be a great goal to get that everywhere.
Okay. So I won't propose that. Do others feel there may be some value in looking at San Antonio? That wasn't something everybody else discussed. Reactions, good, bad, otherwise? Like it, don't like it? A reaction. So again, I'm not seeing any nods, so it sounds like there's not really support for looking at that. Okay. Then we will close this item if there's no others, and we move to what was the original question 1, which was out here. Does the EPC support the proposed draft site inventory methodology? Who wants to go first? Nobody wants to jump on. Okay, I won't be bashful. So I'm generally supportive of the methodology. I'm really not happy with the buffer for the low and middle. I would feel better if it was 50% on each level. So maybe becomes, as we go through this, that we need to pull some of these backup sites in. But we have not demonstrated as a city the ability to consistently generate, below market rate housing. And if our inventory list is more restricted on the area that we've had the most trouble with, that worries me. So while I generally agree with the methodology that was used, I am of the view that by the time we're done, we should probably find a way to beef up that below market and middle market category by potentially bringing some of these back pocket sites into the list. Because I'm skeptical of our ability with a limited list that's there. I mean, it's a good list we've made. I was happy that it's as big as it is, but I'd like more buffer. So I support the methodology to this point, but you shouldn't be surprised if I would ask for more to be brought into the lower level ones as we go forward. Other commissioners? Commissioner Gutierrez?
Yes, no, I agree with you, Chair. And I think that's the biggest concern I have when I look at the methodology and what's available. I think if we do bring in these other sites, that also gives opportunity for developers to look at certain things a different way. And to start thinking more along the lines of trying to meet those needs, right? So I'm in favor of what you've said. I support that. And hopefully we can hear more from the other commissioners and understand what they're thinking.
Commissioner Hairmeyer?
I agree. I think we need to have a stronger buffer in those income categories. The piece I didn't love about the methodology is just how much we rely on areas that have fallen under precise plans. And I know how much work go into the precise plans and how much outreach, but I really think we need to start looking at alternative sites, particularly across the city where, being this explicit about saying that an area that's zoned R1 and R2 is an area with very little opportunity for net increase. I get it, right? Like, we're not going to get huge numbers, but we want to have communities that are inclusive and that are integrated across the city. So that's the piece of the methodology that didn't sit well with me.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, it's I'll piggyback off that because it does feel hard to be supportive of a methodology that has, in my view, yielded a map that does not meet the equitable distribution requirement. I'm very much struggling with that. I feel skeptical about some of the sites. I'm just knowing some of the sites that, within the next 8 years, we can credibly say that there will be new housing there. But I mean, that's part of the exercise. I'm sure have we even met our cycle 5 target? I don't know that we will. So, I mean, maybe that's just part of this, but it does feel hard to support it when I'm looking at the equity angle and it just doesn't seem well distributed. I'm sure the math makes a lot more sense, but the visual that it produces in terms of the map just doesn't produce the right feeling.
Vice Chair Yin?
I too am generally in favor of the methodology. It seems like a logical organization of how you've approached it. I think the bigger question is just, for me, is I think we're always overshooting arena numbers for the market rate. And the bigger question for the city, I think, is just how do we get the affordable portion up higher? And I think everyone has got that on their mind, and it's difficult to attain. My hesitancy to immediately bring in a whole ton of different sites is not that we will be limiting development in time, but again, I'll just go back to the idea of wanting to be able to plan things in a way that will work for the city as we get denser, because there's no question about that. We will get denser, and how we do that just requires a little bit of thought and planning. What was I going to say? So in general, I support the draft sites inventory methodology. I think single family zoning is gone with SB 9 and 10. It's already, you know, you can get 400% increase in units. Whether or not we get them in a short amount of time in this next cycle is up for grabs. So we'll find out. I just think that building tons more market rate isn't going to get us the solution to the affordability question. And I would hesitate to do like Houston type zoning to try to get that, because from what I know in terms of the economics, really, even if you built super, super dense, the prices don't necessarily come down the way we think they would. San Francisco, New York, all these big cities are very, very dense, and the prices are just as high. So I'm not against more density at all. I'm just for doing it in a way that provides for a well-planned city. And that's going to take a little bit of time. And to immediately put a whole bunch of things into the site inventory for this cycle sort of takes away our ability as a city to do that well.
Commissioner Dempsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the short answer to the question is yes, I support the methodology that was used by staff in putting this together. I think I would only add, you know, working on housing elements is really frustrating. It's the first time I've done it. And I think what's so hard about it for me is that there's a way in which this is much more about compliance than it is about really setting housing policy for, and that maybe that's a different conversation. Maybe those two conversations overlap. But I think that's what's so hard for me about it is there's so many other parts of this that we can't touch because we just have to do the compliance exercise of making HCD happen. And so, you know, if that's what we're supposed to be doing here, I think the staff have done a great job of coming up with a methodology that allows us to answer the question and stay in good graces with the city. But it just feels like an incomplete exercise to me because there's a lot that remains unanswered. There's a lot of issues that we can't quite get our arms around here. And so it feels very incomplete to me. But for purposes of your question, yes, I support the methodology.
We've heard from Commissioner Clark.
I'm supportive of the methodology. I think I give staff credit for a lot of credit for coming up with this and getting us to the stage we are. I'm not going to relitigate past debates, but I will say that excluding R3 from this probably made their lives a little bit more difficult. And so that's why, you know, we're having a lot of back pocket things, and that's a decision that was made, and that's water under the bridge. But I think they've made the best of the directions they've been given, and this is a good methodology that they've come up with to move forward on.
It sounds like there's general support for it. And on this one, so Eric and Ellen, you have what you need there on this one?
Well, I heard 3 commissioners say specifically that they wanted revisions to increase the buffer for the low and moderate. I don't know if there are actually 4 commissioners that might actually agree with that sentiment. I heard Cranston, Gutierrez, and Haymeyer say that specifically.
Commissioner Nunez,
No.
yes?
Yes.
No? Yes. Commissioner Clark?
I guess the question I would have is whether staff feels they need an additional buffer. I guess I'm fairly comfortable with the buffer that was provided, and it sounds like there was, you know, sound reasoning behind it. So I guess I'm not in a position to say we absolutely need more, like in terms of somehow knowing more than staff on this one.
Commissioner Dempsey?
I'd be willing to associate myself with the comments of the chair and my colleagues, Mayor Gutierrez.
And Vice Chair Yin.
I'm comfortable with the way staff has worded it. I feel like that's why we have the back pocket sites. If we don't meet it, then we will investigate these new sites. And so I'm okay with just keeping as is.
So 5, 5, and 2. Okay. Right. Item number 3 on the list was, does the EPC support the initial list of draft housing element goals and policies? Are there other policies that need to be included? The feedback from commissioners, discussions from commissioners. Can everybody jump at once? Commissioner Hanmeyer.
I think it's a good starting point. I don't know if we want to be a little bit more aggressive or bold in saying that revising, let me just get to the right page of the staff report, a supply of housing that meets the needs of the city. Like if we want to be explicit about tying that to jobs in the way that we did with the North Bay Shore Precise Plan and really recognizing the role of our jobs housing imbalance. So I'm fine with these goals as they are, but I also would see room for being a little bit more declarative that we want to get to a place where we're not in the situation of imbalance and seeing people who aren't our neighbors who aren't able to stay.
Commissioner Daniels?
I agree with that. I think it would be good to have a goal that specifically addresses, reducing or mitigating the jobs housing imbalance.
The commissioners, Commissioner Hermeyer?
And then just one other question, I guess maybe to staff. I know on the topic of ending homelessness, I think it's goal 3. I had gone to tour the Life Move site, and part of what they were saying is, we're getting close to functional zero in Mountain View. And I just want to make sure, I know that the goal is supposed to be in many ways abstract, and that's just the level where we are. But I would want to understand, what do we really mean by that? Is it having a bed for everyone? Does it include vehicle and RV dwellers? Like, what are we actually working toward when we get to that level of specificity? Because I think absolutely we want more affordable housing. We want to end homelessness, but I think it's going to be trying to figure out, well, how does that translate into the community that we're in? If right now we're effectively at functional zero for having a bed for people who want it. So my last two cents on that piece.
Okay. Commissioner Dempsey?
This is just a kind of a Picayune point. Maybe you could throw it into the programming. This is under goal 1, is while we want to institute strategies to prevent or mitigate displacement, there's also, and this really, I saw this when we did 555 Middlefield. It's not just displacement that we're dealing with, it's coexistence with development when you're doing infill. And it's, life is, doing that construction is hard on the people who aren't displaced. And the people that are still there, they're just right next to a huge earth mover. And so if there's some way to call that out, that the work we need to do when there's infill is not just preventing displacement, but really helping the folks that are still going to be there, but have sort of an additional burden to bear. So I don't know how to phrase it, but hopefully you get my point. I think that that's an important element.
Commissioner Gutierrez.
No, excellent point, Commissioner Dempsey. I think that perhaps maybe the quality of life during said construction. I'd like to include that if possible. I like that, along with what's already been suggested. And I think this is slowly but surely, this is like a 3rd meeting right now. And I see us agreeing to disagree on certain things and agreeing to disagree on others. And I like the way we're moving forward. So I just want to thank you all for that process and being part of a team.
Vice Chair Yin?
I agree with the sentiments of my colleagues, all the prior ones that have spoken about this. I did have a question, and I know that we have the CSFRA and we have our below market rate program. I'm going to ask about the community land trusts and whether or not there's been more outreach on that front, because I guess one of the benefits there is that the community then is in charge. They themselves are in charge of the land and the decisions that get made, and it's in perpetuity, and it doesn't time out. So I know it's a complex structure and something new to the area, but I didn't know if staff had any had a chance or time to do more research into that, talk to other cities that have started it. I think in the last even couple of years, there've been a slew of new cities that have implemented it, and there's stuff to be learned from there. Because the affordability is really the question here, not how many units we can zone for. From my perspective, because we're just going to get market rate if we just upzone everything. I'd rather talk about the actual affordability, and that is a almost guaranteed way to do so. So that's it. That's my question.
Yeah, sorry, was it a question for me?
Yeah, whether or not staff has done some outreach and investigated CLTs, and whether or not that's feasible, or if, just whether or not that's been looked into. I didn't see anything specifically about that, and I'm going to look to you guys to find out whether or not that's something we can put into policy. To start doing.
Ellen or Matt, I know there's been some discussion around this. Was there any progress at this point on that question?
Yes, it has been brought up, but I believe since we didn't get, I guess, majority support or anything like that, we haven't initiated any formal study. But I think the housing division may have some background that we can provide in terms of information. But if Vice Chair Yin and the other commissioners would like that to be part of the goals, policies, and programs, that's kind of what we can talk about. I'm sure that's incorporated.
Are you, Vice Chair, you're advocating that we include that as a policy, or is it for some reason I thought it was here someplace, but maybe I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything specifically talking about it, just towards looking at other things. But if we could call that out as something to investigate and research more deeply, I would put that in. I'm advocating for that. Yes.
Yeah, we have that in one of our broad policies, so we can highlight that. Just pursuing innovative housing options, including land trust and middle income housing. This is number 9 policy, Article 1.
Commissioner Dempsey, did you have another comment? So your comments, just some general. So in general, at the goal level, I was okay with them. On goal 1, while it kind of indicates the lower income, I'm really not interested in doing a lot of work on trying to make it easier for the market rate developers to do more than what they've been doing. I think they've figured out how to do that well. If we're going to spend time on policies, I'd really rather look at are there things that we can do to make below market rate more attractive. I guess my interpretation of the vote on the CSFRA was I want to keep the rental housing we have, and the way this is worded, it doesn't necessarily read to me like part of our goal is to keep that. And in fact, some of these things, I'm not an expert on CSFRA and how it works. I am of the impression that, some of the policies and the specific programs in here would indicate to me that We want to try to make it easier for people to upgrade those buildings, but my impression is that CSFRA, unless that specific upgrade is specifically something that saves the tenants money, those things can't happen. And so doing some things that would make it, that somehow make it more attractive, either provide, tax incentives or something for the current owners to make improvements that, going solar doesn't necessarily save them money. Okay. It may offset things, but that's a good thing. You mentioned, improving energy efficiency in your time. So I'd love to see something that actually makes it, that might make it more attractive for people to, to improve the current rental housing stock and make it viable, as opposed to heading down the path where we've been in the past of the only answer is to tear it down. And so I'd love to, I didn't get the sense in the policies here that there's something that's strong enough that would address that potential limitation that CSFRA gives. Okay. I'd love to find a way around that to encourage the improvement of the existing housing stock without having to trigger the problems that, the way that might violate CSFRA. One of the things that's not discussed in here is one of the biggest problems with getting below market rate housing is the cost of construction. I would love to see something in here. I mean, if we could build below market rate housing at the price that Prometheus pays or Greystar pays, I think we'd have a lot more of it. And so I would love to see something here, whether it's a policy to look at. Are there things that can be done in our rules and regulations, the policies that would help in the construction cost? The answer always seems to be giveaway fees, those kind of things. We need those things to build the infrastructure, okay? But if there's things that make it more expensive to build the housing, what can we do to address those? Because if we could get more for our money, I'd be all for it. Following up on the next one is following on Commissioner Hammer's comments on goal number 3. The lack of any mention of the safe parking program was like, what's going on? Okay, it's working. People there. Over the next 8 years, there will be people living in RVs. Okay, they're not all going to disappear. So, how do we make the program that seems to be working something that's sustainable over time? And that's not mentioned in here at all. I think it should be. Those are my comments. Commissioner Gutierrez.
Yeah, Chair, I have a question for you. I like the idea you brought up about trying to facilitate growth in the below market rate, well, the low and moderate rate for housing. So I'm wondering, do any other cities have like a rocket docket approach to it, where if developers are looking to improve upon those numbers, instead of the development process taking, let's say, 3 years, it's a year and a half? If that's something that staff could research to see if that's even an option to ponder or just discuss, think about, and see if anyone else is doing that, that might be intriguing to see if we can do something like that. Though I think it's a long shot, but at this point, I think everything's worth exploring.
Other questions or comments? Okay. So, Eric, do we need it sounds like there's general agreement on the top level goals. There's feedback on maybe some of the policies, but we haven't gone through and voted on every one of those policies. Do we need to do that, or do you feel you have enough to go forward?
So we definitely heard, assuming that Vice Chair Yin was agreeing with previous comments when she said she agreed with previous comments, then we have 3 people saying that we should look at more jobs housing linkage related policies. We also have or goals. We also have 3 commissioners interested in looking at construction impacts. So if there are any other commissioners who are interested in, besides, so Nunez, Haymeyer, and Yin were interested in jobs, housing, balance, and Gutierrez, Dempsey, and Yin were interested in construction impacts. If there are any other commissioners who are interested in either of those, that would hit 4.
I'm all for the construction impacts. I'm not as clear on how we link across citywide jobs, housing, balance. So I'd want to see more before I supported that. Commissioner Gutierrez?
Yeah, I was a yes on both, just for the record.
Mr. Dempsey?
I was just going to add myself to the jobs, housing linkage question. I don't know what will come out of it, but it doesn't hurt to ask the question.
Commissioner Clark?
I was just going to provide a suggestion for both. One could be, in one of the policies. So, for example, supply of housing that meets the needs of the city. Perhaps one of the policies could describe, exploring opportunities to link jobs to housing, and we could include an example of East Wisman and some of the other examples that we've done already. So, not necessarily committing to it citywide, but saying that we've been innovative on this front and plan to continue to be where opportunities present themselves. I would be fine with including something along those lines. And then I think maybe a good place to insert something along the lines of construction and quality of life would be, there was an existing policy in here that I thought where it sort of talked about I don't think it's prevention of displacement. I'm just looking for the right one in here, or maintain and improve housing to meet health or character and quality of existing neighborhoods through upgrades to existing developments. And you could probably add something in there along the lines of and mitigating the impacts from infill development, probably in one of those policies to help cover things. I think it's one of the first 4 policies under goal 1. It probably could be weaved in there.
All right. So, Eric. Okay. Those are the first 3. The next one was, does EPC support staff's recommendation on the study targeting updates to non-conforming zones? And you presented the what was it called? Not most favored nation status, but the pro-housing designation. Are you looking for feedback on that or not? You didn't ask it. You presented it, but you didn't ask a question about it. That was before the R1, R2 thing.
Yeah,
yes,
we didn't.
No. What?
We didn't specifically pose a question if there are particular concerns. It was brought to the attention of staff to apply. So that was our initial direction. If there are any concerns about that, we can take that feedback, but we didn't have a particular question for it.
Okay. So does the EPC want to provide any feedback on it? Nope. Okay. So on the R1, R2, so any feedback on that? So we're dealing with, so staff has proposed an approach on how to reconcile or to address these non-conforming zone items and preserve the number of residential lots. So, Commissioner Clark.
From my understanding of it, I've gotten comfortable with the targeted update strategy or the targeted approach to this. I think it's probably the best approach to address these non-conforming sections of the zoning code.
Vice Chair Yin.
I'm supportive of this. I'm a little hesitant on the additions, allowing for additions, because I don't know where the tipping point is, where it would incentivize someone to then want to do this brand new building and then displace existing residents. So I do want the naturally affordable housing to be updated, not fall into disrepair, but I don't want it to make it so easy that the property owner just says, oh, I can get this much for it, and let's just do a whole brand new one, add a ton of units, and you get turnover that way. So I don't know where that tipping point is, but in general, I am supportive of the structural alterations, modifications to a degree. I don't know about the additions and rebuilding, as long as it doesn't increase or go beyond the non-conforming status that it already has.
Yeah, Commissioner Nunez.
Yep, also pretty generally supportive. I did have obviously a concern with the potential negative consequences could include the displacement of existing residents if units are rebuilt or improved. I would just, I guess, for whatever it's worth, if there's a way to clarify or affirm that if Treo or CISFRA kind of conditions apply here for the displacement of people, that I think that's my only reservation, just to have some assurance that if and when those benefits apply or protections apply, that we're ensuring people get them, that this doesn't become a backdoor for displacement.
Commissioner Dempsey.
So I'm generally okay with leaving sort of the treatment of these individual sites kind of in the hands of staff for now. And I think, an approach of relative mercy is a good one. There's a site not far from my house that's one of the sites noted here, and they've been wonderfully quiet for 50 years. So I don't see any problem, showing a little bit of flexibility so they can keep providing, honestly, housing to seniors. That's a really valuable thing in this community, and I don't want to make it hard for them to keep doing good work. So I think what staff has recommended is good for me.
Who have we not heard from? Commissioner Haymeyer, Commissioner Gutierrez. So Commissioner Haymeyer.
I share the comments of the earlier commissioners, and I would defer to staff.
Okay. Commissioner Gutierrez.
I agree with Commissioner Yin's perspective on that front.
So overall, I'm supportive of the approach. I guess my only concern has actually nothing to do with it. Given all the other stuff on staff's time, this doesn't feel to me to be like the highest priority item. And so so I support their approach, but if this displaces other things that are working on the housing in the city, then hopefully we can do this with minimal impact on staff's time. So I support it, but you guys are busy, and I'm just worried about you guys. Should this be high up on the list? I don't know. Is this something that's a persistent problem, Eric, for staff and dealing with these kind of things, or?
I wouldn't say it's a persistent problem for staff. It may be a persistent problem for tenants or property owners, and they don't have a solution. And so I don't know. I am not too sure what prompted the council to put this on such a high priority for staff to address, but it was obviously part of the council roadmap. So I know that they are concerned about just having our policies kind of consistent with preserving the units that are there. And so I think that was a big goal for them as part of this strategic roadmap. But again, we'll see what they say in a couple of weeks here about how this, this solution lines up with other priorities of the city in terms of timing.
Again, I support the approach. We'll defer to council's prioritization of things. So. Okay. So have we covered everything? Ellen, Eric? Okay. All right. Then we will move to, we'll close the study session and move to section 7, commission staff announcements, updates, and requests. Anything for us, Eric?
Just a couple minor announcements here. Next meeting is scheduled for March 2nd. We are going to have a few items. There's going to be a study session about one of the LASD TDR projects, office building in East Wisman. We're also going to have our annual housing element and general plan reports. So you'll get to see our status on our housing element, housing production. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was just kind of to remind people of the city process for absences. There is a council policy regarding absences. It's, I think, council policy K2. And so if you are going to be absent, you do need to let either me or Chair Cranston know beforehand. Obviously, emergencies come up. And so, we can deal with those. And if you have to let us know after the fact, like what the reason for your absence was, we can correct that in the minutes. But at the beginning of every meeting, if somebody is absent, we do have to have a general consensus about whether the absence is excused or not. And so if we don't hear from you, then we're going to call it unexcused. But like I said, we can correct the record when we do minutes. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that process for absences. That's it. That's my announcements.
Any other announcements, updates from staff or commissioners? Then we will adjourn the meeting. And
I think Vice Chair Yin has something. Sorry.
Very quickly. Yeah. So the idea of land trust, I don't want staff to take up their time doing this. It's when I started looking into it, I had one idea of what it was. And then the more I researched, I found it to be a tool that is seemingly quite effective in other places. And I don't know if it's possible for us to just like try to coordinate some information and just put it into a Google sheet where you have links so that we could all learn a bit more about it. I mean, if staff has something already, it'd be great to just see it, but maybe we can pull together a folder. I don't know if that is a problem with the Brown Act, just to share information, but I think it's worth looking at. And I know, it's listed in policies as one of 5 different things and one policy number, but I think I don't know, maybe you guys would feel the same. In wanting to investigate some more. Yeah, and if you do, that would be great. It'd be great to have some programming involved with it. I just didn't see enough hands to warrant adding programming in. So would it be possible?
I mean, I'd be interested in learning more about it, but I don't know how easy or hard that is for staff to pull together. Do others have an interest in learning more about land trusts? So it sounds like most of us don't really know what it is. So.
Right, exactly. I didn't know either. I still don't know. I'm still a relative newbie in understanding what this all is, and it just seems like I hear more and more about it. If that's a tool that we can use to increase affordability, I just figure let's learn more about it.
I was Chair, if you don't mind, I was just going to say this was a hot topic, and I think made it into one of the council's housing strategies a few years ago. And I remember, I'm pretty sure there was sort of a memo or a reasonably comprehensive sort of set of information about land trusts and how they were used at the time. This is like maybe 3-4 years ago. I can go through, and none of that I think was confidential. I think it was all public. I can go through some of my old public council memos and see if I can find it. And that way staff doesn't have to do, or at least has a jumping off point. But let me see if I can find something. And if I can't, then obviously it'd be great to have the information too, but I'm just trying to save staff a little time, or at least give them a template to follow. So.
Yeah, I don't want to take away too much staff time, but if I can find links, is there a place that we could just upload links so that everyone has that, or is that something we can't
share with the process? You share with Eric, and then he shares it with all of us. So,
yeah, and Sandy, can you advise us on this, just as far as kind of sharing information between commissioners and any Brown Act issues that might come up there?
Yeah, any information that you would want to share, it should be sent to Eric as the liaison and not shared with, by an individual commissioner with the rest of the commission. And information that is provided to all commissioners that's not confidential would be made public. So we would include that information in some public posting or a public packet in the future. But yes, please send all information to Eric, and then staff will determine if and how that information can be distributed.
Okay. Any other announcements? Yellow hands. Okay, then we will close the meeting at 11:07. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is March 2nd, 2022. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening.